Okay, here we go, heading to the Phoenix Gate ruins. Untouched in the many winters since the stronghold's fall, the scars of that fateful night linger still upon her walls. Once again, an imperial province, not a grand duchy.
It's almost as if time had stood still.
I suppose no one had any cause to return here. No. It's just as I left it.
You didn't really leave it though, you were dragged out. Footprints?
Let's have a look around.
Not sure if that was supposed to signify that someone else was here, or maybe it was just ash from, you know, when we were last here.
Could I have done this?
Could anyone?
Oh, I assume that's where the battle took place. Holy shit. It's not quite as large as the Dead Space planet crack, but it's close. Jesus. That is, of course, assuming that that's a crater that we caused. It could just be a natural crater, but honestly, it seems unlikely. So the gate's over here, we ruined part of that, and then we did the deed out here. Bloody hell. Which banner is that?
What is it, Torgal?
Something's moved in.
Clive.
That's him.
Wasn't anticipating that though.
Anyone who can tell me what happened? I have to know.
Alright, so we were in a forced walk earlier, but now we can run. Yeah, I thought it would be like a monster or something that had moved in, perhaps. I really want to know which standard this is, whether it's Rosaria's standard or the Ironblood standard, perhaps. Whether they got this far inland, if that makes any sense, during their ill-fated invasion. I can make the dog bark on command. This game is great. Alright. I thought we would have a combat encounter out here, but apparently not. Back to forced walking. Nope. Cutscene time.
Where is he?
Nowhere to be seen.
Damn it! He's like a bloody eel.
What is this place, anyway? Some sort of shrine?
Oh, sorry. You've never been here before. This is the Hall of the Gate.
The gate?
It's a relic of the Fallen. Only the Phoenix's dominant can open it.
Hence the castle's name. This was where Joshua was supposed to...
What was he doing here again?
Yes.
Praying?
He would have stepped through this door the next morning and listened to the words of our ancestors.
Would you have gone with him?
No. The apodatory is holy ground. None but the dominant may enter.
That's the place we or
I and the other shields would have stood guard here and prayed for my brother's safe return.
it's the place that we saw in the battle. The weird underground
Where the
place.
hell did he go?
But if there's only one exit, then
Perhaps he
it's
went
logical.
inside.
He couldn't have. He'd need the power of the Phoenix.
Maybe he's got the power of the Phoenix. Cool door design.
Thank you, Joshua.
Are you sure about this?
Nevermore.
This is the most un-Final Fantasy track we're hearing in the background here.
Another gate. Let's see if this one opens.
And I kind of like it. Look at the way this door opens. That's really cool.
Could this place really be a fallen ruin?
You could hardly call it a ruin. It's perfect. Like it was built yesterday.
This here clearly is not the part which Ifrit and Phoenix wrecked earlier in the game.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Money's on those four thingy-majigs coming to life.
Jill?
What do we do?
Murder them.
The usual.
Alright, let's do a grab and a launch. Fallen Bud. Oops. Fallen, are we fighting aliens now?
More trouble.
Did that dude have a light? He looks like he's got a freaking lightsaber.
That's enough.
Oh geez, first combat encounter, just getting used to the controls again. No, I've used both of those, never mind. Get over here.
Stay down.
Defense node.
How How can these things still function?
How can any of this? This must be what the fallen ruins were like before they fell.
So wait, Joshua was going to come in here and pray or something? Was he going to have to fight his way through these things? And what of the dominants or the earlier bloodline that came in here before? Surely they would have seen all this. Right now I'm getting a very Final Fantasy X vibe out of this with respect to the Cloister of Trials and whatnot. Just, you know, with less puzzles. Hoping that'll be a potion, but no. Fuck, look at this place. I'll hit the other one as well, but it's fine. Oops. Alright, we have a caster. A bit early on that. That was an extreme lunge. Not just a normal lunge, an extreme lunge. We could have a discussion about how the Fallen use the same currency as us in the current day and age, but honestly, I don't think it's worth going down that path. So I will shut up. Okay, you look chunky. You are chunky.
You can take a meeting.
Then let's give it one.
Wasn't ready for the second one. Alright, let's go for a heatwave counter and then... oh. Said let's go for a heatwave counter. I'll just keep my distance. How about that? Okay, I'm not paying any attention to what the hell's going on. Okay, there we go. Let's go in now. Okay, never mind. Everything's going wrong. Oh, God. So restart checkpoint option. Oops. So bad at this. Just when I think I'm starting to get the hang of it, I revert back into bad habits or whatever, and I'm just no good at it. Let's do that. Do I have anything up here? I do not. I'll try and do that, but anyway. Come on, get there. Oops.
My wounds, boy.
Okay, I screwed that up. Yeah, I'm not deliberately going for any of those parries, they're just happening.
Blades to me.
any of this make sense to you?
None. Let's find the hooded man and leave.
That was a mess. Where are we headed, boy? Defense nodes? No, bombs.
Whatever they are, I don't think they're friendly.
Don't let them get away.
So we're having some, ice magic will be very useful, I think, but... Switch back to Phoenix in a sec. Oh, not good, not good, not good. Alright, let's try this out. It's not healing them, which is good. Okay, I can see him sort of winding up for that, but it's kind of hard to dodge at close range. Fireworks on the bombs. Blasphemy.
Would Joshua have had to run this gauntlet too?
I asked that question earlier.
At least not that I ever heard about. I imagine the Phoenix would receive a warmer welcome.
Well, we've got the blessing of the Phoenix, doesn't it count for something? What is this? Right, another elevator. I thought these might have been landmines or something.
Here we go again. Where will we end up this time?
Surrounded by contraptions hell-bent on murdering us, I expect. Could the hooded man really have taken this path?
We won't know until we've followed it all the way to the end. Come on, let's keep looking.
Probably use a cheat code or something to skip all this. Again, the currency, 1200 gil. I saw making a comment about how no one's looted these chests either, but again, I think that might be overthinking it. Fallen Guardian. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I've got some problems. We got a lot of problems. Not that. Thought I was in Phoenix, holy shit. What am I doing? Okay, Jill is taking out the rest, so let's... Not that, let's go here. Dodge that. Dodge that as well, no. Oh, you just, get hit by that, whatever. Let's see if we can get the combo going. I can't. I'm terrible at this. Can I? No. Thought I can get the stagger. Oh god, I'm so bad at this. May as well fire that. Not sure how worthwhile it is using that launch move, the wheel move. Oh, I'm getting these dodges all wrong.
Not this time.
Okay, that is an issue. Oh, I'm not going to survive this.
Too slow.
Not by a long shot. You want me to take out this many enemies with someone flinging fireballs at me? I can see the indicator, but I haven't learned how to interpret the indicator yet. Like, does that mean it's one thing incoming right now, and when do I dodge? I can see the projectile indicator, but I haven't quite got my head around how it works yet. This one's a bit tricky though, we've got a lot of ads. And I need to stop making stupid mistakes with my launchers, or grabs, or whatever you want to call them.
This won't be easy.
Oh, let's launch you. No, not that. Not even that. Or that. I'm just not reading those attacks correctly, am I?
This time.
Yeah, getting that combo going is a good thing because that is really screwing up his will gauge. Stun gauge, whatever you want to call it. There we go. Yeah, I'll use a heat wave. Heat wave's nowhere near ready yet. When it is, I'll be ready. Oh my god. Okay, that one I saw. Alright, heat wave is ready. Yeah, that's actually doing a wonderful job at breaking the will regardless of whether he's staggered or not. That's actually a very good move. Okay, I've blown the heat wave, so there's no point trying to switch and counter.
Give them all you've got, boy.
Okay, I got it back, but it's way too late for that. Alright, come at me. Yeah, try that again. It's not gonna end how you want it to end. And you're out of here. That's interesting. I didn't get the, how did the previous one start? I think we attacked him and then ads came immediately, and then ads came in midway through, but the second time, there were two on the left. I'm misremembering what happened about 5 minutes ago. It's a typical Hitman stream, in other words. Alright, let's move on. Oh, you're not dead.
Look out! There's more of them.
More bombs.
Like the rest. Garuda, lend me your strength.
I was hoping something would back up by now, but it's not. Alright, here we go. I'll launch the bomb. I'm not sure if being anywhere near these things when they die is a good idea or not. Oh, that one didn't seem to explode, so I'm guessing it's okay. Is that what was on sale back at Charon's Wares or whatever it's called? Is it something different? It's the same thing, Rook's Gambit. I don't know if I saw that earlier or not. That is probably worth it. Given what I'm using it for, that is probably worth it. Okay. I'll swap Heatwave for that. 15% is not insignificant. That's basically 1 additional hit out of every 6.
I don't like this.
Looks like a bastardized Iron Giant or something. Is that an Iron Giant?
Is the feelings mutual?
It is. Smashing on those dodges.
Flames to me! Not this time. Not this time.
Surprised I dodged that. It's just a straight up miss. Once again, wasn't trying to parry that, it just happened. Alright, let's do that, then go back in, then go for the gouge. If I can remember how. Alright, that's not breaking its will as easily. Nice. Oops. Had to get hit sometime, I guess. Oh, come on, I dodged that. Alright, let's do that. I actually got hit from that. Don't really understand how, but okay. Let's switch and use the gouge again, and then I'll transition into wheel. Rest the attack.
It's drawing in energy.
Not for long, it isn't. With me.
had to blow that just as that thing appeared, didn't it? There we go.
There! It's down!
This is our chance.
And yet that didn't act as a stagger. The, I'll call it snatch didn't work. Devil Bringer didn't work. I don't know what it's called. Deadly Embrace didn't work. How about that? Oh, didn't see that one. Alright, let's go with that. Oh, come on. That's gonna hurt. Just blowing all of my abilities during the stagger. Okay, I'm ready for that. Oh, I dodged that, 1,000,000%. What if my charge is interrupting my dodge somehow? So I dodged that. I'll accept no correspondence into the matter. And I'm actually going to die here if I'm not careful.
You lose.
Dismantled. Not defeated, we actually dismantled it. Ah, but I'm a bit sick in the HP department. Fallen Iron.
It's done.
What are these creatures? And why do they keep attacking us?
Is a hooded man about to give us the answers?
They're probably asking themselves the same thing. We're the ones trespassing here. They're just protecting their home. Jill, look.
Is that some kind of mural?
It's worth a closer look, whatever it is.
Game. I mean, I do use Wicked Wheel during staggers and whatnot, but I don't feel it's worth equipping. I'll just stick to Gouge and Cyclone for now. Alright, so we've got the path leading... Wait. Where am I? Path leading there. I assume this just leads to stairways which lead into the same place.
then.
No idea what that is. Lich. Could have fooled me. Okay, once again, getting my dodges all wrong. Okay, so there is potential for a heat wave counter here, but I would need to prep it well in advance. And no, I wasn't going for it there, I just felt like doing it. Okay, this seems fairly weak, thankfully. Oh, come on. Way too slow for that as well. And that. Damn. That was a bad miss. That was a really bad miss. What the hell was that? You didn't see that. Okay, I saw that one, but I wasn't ready for it. Plus, it wasn't off cooldown. Let's see that one. Alright, let's do some damage. He's doing that attack again.
It would seem this place holds even more secrets than we thought.
Alright, so... I think directly ahead is just where we came from. Was there no path down? Okay, it would have terminated in that dead end there. Okay, so we had to go down one of these paths. Either to the right or to the left, and maybe to the right is blocked off. Can I open this door? So I assume Crypt Path is over... No, Crypt Path is this way. What the hell? Okay. I'm confused. Color me confused. No, now it's telling me Crypt Path is this way. Toggle, make up your mind. I'm just trying to figure out where... Oh, I had to be up there, right? I had to be up there. Because we were up and we were looking down somewhere. It wasn't there. Yeah, we were looking towards this thing in the cutscene. So we were up there. We came down those stairs and entered this arena. So I want to go this... Oh, I'm so confused. I thought I could get up there a moment ago. Okay. Wait, now I can go... Okay, I get it now. Okay, there's more than 3 exits to this room. There's 5 exits. We have one directly ahead here, which again takes us to a dead end, and we've got an exit to our left and an exit to our right, and the game is saying that either exit is valid. Okay, I'll go left then. I came down from the left. I will stay on the left. God, I was spun for a moment there. Where's a mini-map when you need one? Just randomly dodging. I feel good about it.
Stay down.
seeing those indicators, and I'm not sure how to interpret them. Lunge is doing work. Dead end or an elevator?
What have we here?
Another fallen wonder.
No, just a switch of some sort. I guess I have to activate the switch on the other side as well. And that may do something in the center here, or it may do something towards this mural here, or whatever it is. Oh, come on. It's literally a devil bringer. Yeah, I think he's dead, Joe.
Lights.
Well, that did something.
Center of the platform, or something to our right. Something to our right. Cool.
So, it isn't a dead end after all.
Apparently not.
But we're not going to get there unmolested. Or maybe we are. Wow. I was expecting us to get attacked and then have to turn around and do a battle on that platform again. I don't know how to pronounce that word.
It all seems to lead to this room.
And look what's in it.
I can't tell if that's a phoenix or the phoenix fighting a dragon or something. It looks like it has too many wings. And that's not even counting the lower wings.
How old do you suppose this is? 1,000 years? More?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before. Who is that in the middle, do you think? Some sort of god?
It's not supposed to be Ifrit, is it? No, Ifrit doesn't have wings. Oh dear, not again. You're being controlled.
You're him. The second dominant of fire. Who are you?
That's definitely not the face we saw earlier.
What?
I'm not about to run into Jill and Torgal's corpses, am I?
I'm back. Joshua! Stop it! Please! Stop! I did this. I killed him. Joshua chose me to be his shield. He gave me his blessing and asked me to keep him safe. I should have protected him that day. It was my duty.
Clive.
Joshua.
The fuck's going on?
I'm sorry. I failed you. Joshua died. I killed him. And I blamed another for what I did. To spare myself the guilt. I feared that by accepting it, I would lose what little was left of me.
You knew all along.
So I ran. From everything.
Did you though?
And now? Are you ready to accept the truth? I am. I know it won't be easy, but it's what I must do. So that Joshua's soul can finally rest in peace.
Were you really running, given that you were conscripted into the army and you really didn't have a choice of what you did with your life after that? Also, I suspect we've just learned how to control the freeze. Now we're gonna fight him, never mind.
No matter how bitter the truth that awaits me, I will press on. Come, Ifrit. Show me who you truly are.
So, where are we? Like in a dream or something? That's not good. We're up against the infernal icon. Does it say freeze? Okay, gotta dodge that to the side. Just can't amble out of the way. Oh! That's it. Want to dodge that? Nice dodge on that lunge. Yeah, I'm kind of rassled by everything that's just happened, and I'm screwing up all my dodges. And anytime I get close, he's doing either a Scorched Earth or Crimson Rush, or that. Well, I've got a few seconds now. I haven't unlocked it yet, but I'm thinking I need to unlock the range on Phoenix Shift. Just to make this a bit easier on me. Another burst. Let's start using some abilities. Might as well. Takedown works. Wow, okay. Was not expecting that. Alright, let's get airborne. Alright, let's get out of there before we get hurt. Oh, too early. Again. He's almost down. Just get a bit closer to him and then trigger another ability and that'll do it. Oh. Completely mistimed that. Alright. Let's just burn everything that we got. So I'm going to take him down. Put him close. Cinematic finish or... No, no cinematic finish. Too early. Way too early. That's actually a really hard dodge. At least I think it is anyway. Alright, now we're fighting Dark Clive.
Still you deny it. Even when the truth's staring right at you. Come on, Clive. Face your fears. Not this time.
Alright, can we grab ourselves? No, we can't. Casting Fira. Okay, that's a problem.
Too slow.
Probably not the best to get closer when he's preparing an ability like that. I'm happy to take the hit and die just so I get my health back. That's fine. So after this, we get our persona, clearly.
Not this time.
Yeah, I can prepare a couple of heatwave counters here, can't I? does have a basic combo. Okay, Fura, ready for it. Although, look at that, I didn't get the Deadly Embrace. Oh. Okay, should be able to get a takedown here. Not quite. Right now. Oh, this is burn everything. This thing's chunky. Cinematic time. It's called a devil trigger, Clive. Look into it. It's literally a devil trigger. What the fuck?
I see. You'd have me learn by example.
He's literally Dante now. What the hell? Shouldn't have used that. That was dumb. Should have used this instead. That's even worse. Never mind. Alright, can I get it now? Yes, I can. Good. It was charge as well. Hammer and anvil. Good luck to you, dude. Alright, stagger. Might as well burn this shit. And we'll finish with Cyclone. Oh shit. Yeah, that's not how her fire works, but okay. I'm trying to dodge, but it's like he's sucking me in. Even that on my fire is interfering with it. Okay, he's using Ifrit's attacks even though he's not in Ifrit form. I dodged that. Okay, let's do that. Let's go for a gouge.
Give me fire.
Oh, come on. I went for the heat wave counter during the Fury. I thought that would hit. Apparently it didn't. Okay, what I've got. Not a lot. Cyclone's almost up. Let's fire the heat wave. Let's get some DPS. This guy's got so much health. Holy shit. Oh, come on. Out of everything I can get hit by, I get hit by that.
This time.
Might as well. Right, do we get any cinematics now?
No escape, eh? It's all right. I'm done running from you. Together, then. It's time to find out who we are, once and for all.
Oh, shit. I mean, I saw that in the control screen. This is a limit break. This fucking music.
Show yourself, Ifrit.
Holy shit. Once again, thought I hit that, but whatever. So I'm not sure if I actually immune from damage here. I'm not. I'll admit I did that just to check, but whatever. But it looks like I'm regenerating as well. Like I definitely took damage, but now I'm at full HP. Right, you're not surviving this. You are not surviving this. No, you are surviving that. Never mind.
The truth of it now. You are not afraid. I am.
Well, there's a face you can trust. Literally called a shadow. Now we can summon our persona. Yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts, but I might hold until after the mission is done. Cool fight, though. Cool imagery. Fire shard. Power of the icon Ifrit made manifest. Can be heard to emit a soft hum when held to the ear. As long as we can't hear someone's voice in that hum, it's all good. got to imagine this is all taking place inside our imagination or mind or somewhere else. Because otherwise, Jill would be very concerned right now. I still think we're being harshly manipulated, though. And not all is as it seems. Are we still in the temple? Or whatever it is? Yes, we are.
Clive, are you all right?
Jill. It's nothing. I'll be fine. No more chasing shadows. The hooded man isn't here. We should go.
I was hoping we'd get another look at that god. And yet we've seen the hooded man in a cutscene, Margrace. Looks suspiciously like an older version of Joshua. There's some weird shit going down.
Clive, are you sure you're all right? Whatever it is, you can tell me.
I had a hard enough time telling myself. I awakened as a dominant of fire, right here in this castle, and I've been running from it ever since. But now I know for certain who I really am. The second icon of fire, who killed my brother and burned this castle to the ground, was me. Ifrit.
Clive.
I took so many lives that night, and destroyed so many more, including yours. And I must atone for the crimes I've committed. But not before I learn the whole truth. How can a second icon of fire even exist? And why was I chosen as its dominant? Who is the hooded man who brought us here? And what does he want? I need to know. And since I'm still breathing, I might as well make myself useful.
We'll find your answers together. I want to learn the truth too. There'll be time enough for atonement when we're done.
I was hoping you'd say that. I don't think I could do this without you. You never were one to hide from the truth, even when we were young. And you haven't changed a bit.
You're wrong. I have changed. But I don't want to be that person anymore. The things she did were unforgivable.
Talking about Shiva or Annabella?
And yet, they're what brought us back together.
Talking about Shiva.
Thank you, Jill.
If he is here, then the disturbance I felt at the care must have been confounded. The hour is later than I thought.
Mysterious dialogue that we don't understand. Bloody hell. Sandbreak. No, where's that? Where is Desbog? Ah, Tyson, Hugo.
Tell me, who did this, or I'll see you suffer the same fate.
The man who delivered the coffer said... He said Sid paid him.
I let you run amok with the rest of your rats, and this is how you repay me? Find out where he is. I'll crush him, flay him, rip out his heart, him and all his filthy brood, and send every last one of them to hell. Out. Now!
Yes, my lord.
I suppose there's a severed head in that box or something. That's about the only thing that would make sense. The only thing I can think that would be Benedicta's head.
Benedicta.
Clive wouldn't do that. Not Clive. Sid wouldn't do that though, surely. Alright, it's time to discover the meaning of life. Clive has gained control of the Icon Ifrit, allowing access to new iconic abilities such as Ignition, a fiery launch that drives back enemies while continuing continuous damage, as well as unlocking the Limit Break gauge. Yeah, I'm calling it a Devil Trigger because that other dude's hair turned white. I mean, it just was. Slots for Ifrit's abilities are shared with those for the Phoenix. Yuck, okay. Can be confirmed via abilities. Yeah, the Limit Break, we saw those. We saw two of them. Release Clive's Inner Beast and Semi-Prime by pressing those two buttons when this gauge is full. Feels in battle both by taking damage as well as by successfully performing offensive and defensive maneuvers. Semi-priming temporarily grants increased attack potency and speed, gradual HP regeneration. Yep, we definitely saw that. And guard breaking strikes. So basically, we're just invincible.
So, what next?
We return to Eastpool. I promised the mayor I'd talk to him again. About Lady Hannah amongst other things. Though she may be loath to leave, I can't help thinking she'd be safer with Sid too.
Alright, we should arrange an introduction then.
I'm back in the Deadlands, so nothing works here. With respect to magic, anyway. Alright. Now, abilities. Ah, okay. But hang on. Damaging nearby targets while also absorbing damage. So it's basically the butterflies from Bayonetta. Attack while charging. Damn. Wait, you're telling me I have to learn Limit Break? I mean, it costs 1,000 and I've got 1,061. Let me just unlock this for a moment because I want to see how to equip this. Yeah, it's shared with Phoenix. That would mean I have to give up... Oof. I would have to give up either the heatwave counter or the cyclone. Shit, okay. Decisions. Let me get rid of heatwave for a bit. I can only equip 2 skills per icon. And for Phoenix and Efreet, there's this many skills. God damn, that's a problem. Okay. That is a problem. Also, I still need to unlock those. I'll do it once I've unlocked Limit Break. So it's time to see if this wooden gate is still keeping the blight out.
Torgal, what is it?
Nothing good, I'll wager. Come on.
Have they burnt the place to the ground? Also, that wolf was me doing this. That doesn't look good. There's some dead trees behind there. And there's fire behind here, I can see it already.
What happened here?
Don't know, but you're all about to get murdered.
You'll pay for this.
We've got a live one.
Answer me!
Remember our orders? No survivors!
Who would order such a thing?
Train these things to be war worms, really? Oh, where's the other one? Get over here.
Flames!
Why would the Imperials attack, though? This is their province.
Thought you could escape us, did you, Branded? You were born a slave, and you'll die one.
Kill all the ducal dogs!
Dogs! They were innocent people!
Trying to hit the astrologer behind me.
Stay down!
Alright, let's do it again. So get out of that. So many dickheads, so little time. Unit those were charged. Attempt was made. I think after a while they'd realise that it's a bad idea to attack. So I'm just making sure I haven't missed anyone here. Right, get down here.
All must burn! The bearers and those who sheltered them. By Empress Annabella's command!
I have some thoughts. Surely they knew that they were branded here. Surely. Because your mother's a bitch.
Clive,
You can wait.
Where's the other one? Okay, the other spawns us down. Never mind. Oh, I thought I dodged that. Alright. I do actually have to dodge. I can't just completely ignore it. It's kind of hard to see. That, for example. Alright, down we go. Let's do a cyclone. A gouge. He's doing chip damage. Come on. Not quite. Tried a couple of times to dodge there and just couldn't pull it off. Oh, didn't see that one. Did not see that one. I'm not gonna get there. I'm just out of the stagger. Alright, I have more than 1,000 experience. I don't know what the semi-prime thing is or the upgrade we can get in the tree is because I don't think it's unlocked. Find out in a sec, I guess. Right now we need to discuss my mother.
I'm sorry, Lady Hannah. You deserved so much better. All of these people did. Better than my mother.
I wonder if they heard wind of me coming back. They probably did.
We're too late. Gav. Clive. Acting on the orders of the Duchess, eh? We knew Eastpool was harbouring bearers. Thought they were safe enough hidden up here, but someone must have let slip. If they'd have only come to us sooner, none of this would have had to happen.
Bearers or a certain bearer?
My mother always did despise bearers. The way Father embraced them when the other nations spat on them as slaves. The way an accident of birth gave them a power that others lacked.
But why kill everyone? They meant no harm. They just wanted to be free.
This world judges that a crime punishable by death. Which is why we're going to change it. Gav, we want to help.
Thought you'd got your own stuff to be getting on with.
We do. But it can wait.
In that case, we should head back and tell Sid you've had a change of heart. He was always on it yet to join us.
All right.
And we'd best be quick. Last I heard, he was planning another excursion.
What about the villagers?
Aye. Can I leave yous lot to take care of things here?
Of course. We'll make sure they get a proper burial.
Thank you. All of you.
When you're ready, then.
I think it's only the Eastpool region on the map that's been effed up like this. Like Martha's Rest, the area around there, I can't imagine that would have been damaged like this.
Now, rats, lead me to your nest.
That's not a face we can
What could
trust.
be a message for your leader? If only he knew where to send it.
Is it his responsibility for this? I don't think so. I think he might just be taking advantage of the opportunity. Lord Kupka is Hugo. I'm assuming he's upset because he found out that Benedicta died. Or more specifically, that Clive killed Benedicta or took out her icon. But I can't imagine Sid sending a head or an heirloom or something to Hugo like that. That seems a bit untoward. Right, unfortunately we can't throw this suspicious character off the scent. We have to go back to the hideaway.
To Sid Solar, then. We have a lot to discuss.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier. Didn't sound happy.
What do you suppose it could be?
Waluda woman, so we're actually taking Waludas in, okay.
Don't mind me. Just taking a quick...
I can set a broken arm, soothe a cough, settle a stomach. But there is no remedy for what happened in Eastpool. My talents are worthless in the face of such cruelty.
We're low on gig and toad oil and curial greens. Should I put an order in with Lady Karen?
We can keep running. Or we can walk through this door. We can keep running.
This place is getting more crowded by the day.
I tell myself the bustle's a blessing. There'll be time enough for quiet contemplation when I'm dead. So, did you find the answers you were looking for?
I still don't know what to make of this gift, curse, or whatever it is I've been given. But there is one thing I can say for certain. I am a dominant, Ifrit. And there is nothing I can do to change that. It is a burden I must bear until my dying day.
Spoken true. Forgiveness and in turn salvation can only begin with acceptance. It's a path we all must walk, no matter how colourful our histories.
Sid, you once told me that you wanted to build a place where people could die on their own terms.
I did.
I've been thinking about that. Why not a place where people can live on their own terms? For 13 years, killing was all I knew. So obsessed with death that I never stopped to consider the lives of those around me. Lives that I see now were scarcely worth living. Be they bearers or beggars, most but march blindly to their end, never realizing that they too deserve a choice.
Too early in the game for a positive message like this.
And I dare not turn a blind eye to their suffering any longer.
So, atonement then, is it?
That was the answer we found.
The only one we need.
I'll be expecting you both to pull your weight.
And we will.
Well then, with a sprinkle of fire and ice, this plan of mine might just work.
What trouble are you looking to get yourself into now?
The music.
The best kind. We're going to sneak into the Imperial capital and pay a visit to Mother.
You want us to go to Oriflamme? And that's, I believe it's Drake's head behind that. Whiteworm Lair.
And the last of our farmholds in the eastern provinces has succumbed to the blight.
Without their yield, we will be hard-pressed to fill the capital's granaries before winter.
If there is a capital by then, the black creeps closer as we speak.
And yet you do naught but bawl and bluster.
The Emperor?
Your Radiance?
If it is fertile land the Empire requires, we need but look south.
If you mean the crystalline Dominion's holdings, we are bound by mutual accord. Theirs is a neutral state whose borders we are sworn to respect.
Gentlemen, did we swear to see our people starve?
Well, I really do think
The gates of Oriflamme buckle at the flood of those come seeking refuge from the blight. If there is not grain enough to feed those within our walls, how, pray tell, will we feed those without? But instead of setting your minds to riddles such as these, you lock horns with an enemy from across the sea, sending our soldiers to the slaughter in their thousands.
Is that the Ironbloods or Waloed?
Bleeds, and you sit here prattling like crones in a tea house. And you fancy yourselves leaders of men.
I don't see you doing much different, sir.
Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. We are but their servants. If their land is being wrested away, it is our duty to claim new lands for them.
Your Radiance! You cannot mean a war of conquest.
That is exactly what I mean. It is time we expanded our dominion. This is the will of great Grieger.
There will be uproar. Then we must find a way to distract the citizenry.
But how much will that cost? And what of our legions? Shall we raise the furs?
Well, someone will have to contend with the Dalmex.
I will not keep you. You all have much to do.
wrote down that the Dalmekian Republic is on the southern half of the continent of Storm. So I assume he wants us to invade the Dalmex.
Where is my son?
The Prince.
The Lord Prince is currently garrisoned at the Strait of Orther. If it please you, I can send word requesting his immediate return to the Holy Capital.
The Prince is Bahamut.
That won't be necessary. Tell him instead to see to his wounds. Bahamut's strength will be needed again soon.
As you command.
I thought I saw the Prince's name somewhere, but I've got Prince question mark Bahamut in my notes.
I must have misheard. You mean to tell me that the Mother Crystals are the reason the world is dying? Are you mad?
I have been called that on occasion, but no, not today. We've all seen it firsthand. Empty wastes where once were green meadows. Land drained so dry of its ether, not even the rats remained. But where was it all going? I spent years searching for an answer, until I saw it standing right in front of me. There, in the self-same crystals we look to for their so-called blessing. All right, listen. Take this crystal. How does it allow us to conjure magics? Answer, by drawing ambient ether from the air. And where do these crystals come from?
That's easy. They're mine from the Mother Crystals.
They're one and the same. Although admittedly this here fits more easily in the pocket.
But the Mother Crystals are massive. Some as large as mountains.
So you see the problem. Imagine just how much ether can be drawn by something that size. As to where it's all going, mind, well, I can't know everything, can I?
We are taught that the Mother Crystals are divine. Their ether a gift from the heavens. For centuries, nations have fought and fallen for want of that gift. If what you say is true, how did no one else see it?
Who says they didn't? Maybe the truth was inconvenient.
Inconvenient to whom, exactly?
The higher-ups? The gods themselves?
So now you want to do something about the crystals? And what? We're not helping bearers and dominants anymore.
I didn't say that. I made a promise and I intend to keep it.
I thought we were going to the capital.
If we continue down this path, there's only one fate that awaits the realm. And we can't very well set our people free if they're all lying dead in a blighted ditch. Not if we want to create a place where they can live on their own terms anyway. Sort of defeats the purpose. So, if we have to bring the old world crashing down in order to build us a new one, what say you? Are you with me?
I suppose it's about time I repaid your faith.
You could have just said aye.
That's more
But
dramatic.
It's nice to have you aboard all the same.
So, if the Mother Crystals are draining the ether from the land and causing the blight, wouldn't we expect...
What have I got myself into? I'm going to need more than a few potions for this.
Wouldn't we expect massive blights, whatchamacallits, around these things? That's my immediate surface level take on that. Like, okay, I can see this crystal. Yeah, okay, the blight's coming in here. That's the capital. And yeah, they're losing the north, so they want to expand to the south, where presumably this is the Dalmekian Republic. Unless we're saying that's blight. But in that case, why is there blight out in the middle of the desert with no crystal around it? Why is this relatively clean? How many crystals are there? I thought there were 5. Fang, head, reading, spine, breath, and eye. So Northern Territories, which I assume is here, there was a mother crystal here, but I don't see it on the map. That was Drake's eye. Alright, interesting development, I guess. But yeah, Sid, did you really send something to Hugo? I don't believe that.
If everything we were taught about the mother crystals was a lie, then what else might we have been deceived about?
I'll give you two a moment to sort out your kit. It's a long walk to Oriflamme. I wouldn't want you keeling over on the way.
Alright, so first thing you want us to do is go to the capsule.
If everything we were taught about the mother crystals was a lie,
Yeah, it's a fairly big change from, just, help us out, help out the bearers, help out around the hideaway, that sort of thing, to, yeah, we're going to blow up the mountains of crystals and reset the world, basically. It's one of those escalated quickly things. But also, yeah, you're using the crystal to take ether out of the air. Presumably the conservation of matter exists in this universe as well. It's just changing to a different form, whether that's something blighted or something else. It's not disappearing.
Letter? No, oh please, no!
It's not disappearing, it's just changing into a different form, and it's probably going to destroy the world in the process, but in the long run, I assume the world will be okay. We won't be though, that's the thing.
You've lost a letter. Nothing too important, I hope.
Not just a letter. I lost everything. There's a hole in my damn pack, and fool that I am, I didn't bloody notice.
It can't be that bad, surely.
How could it be any worse? I'm a courier. I carry things. If I can't do my job right, then what am I good for? Nothing, that's what. I buggered it right up. That means no herbs for the infirmary, and no fresh meat for our cooking pots. Worst of all, that letter I lost? It was for Sid. A letter he's been waiting on for days.
Maybe if you retrace your steps.
I'd scour Storm from coast to coast if I could, but there are curse breakers in the field, counting on my arrival. No, I'll just have to own up to Otto and Sid. They're gonna skin me alive.
We're going to have to go back to, I don't remember what the area is called. The area where we just were. Not Eastpool, but that entire region.
Fine. Tell me where to look.
Are you serious? Thank you.
It sounds like the hideaway could use those supplies. So, where should I start?
Gotan's bales, perhaps? I took a tumble in the bushes when I was passing through. There's a chance my pack might have caught on something. If you can find everything I dropped, you'll be doing us all a favor. And if you can find Sid's letter, you'll be saving my life.
If it's there, I'll find it.
Wonderful. Now, I have to run if I'm to make my next delivery in time. I trust you can find your way to Gotan's bales. Oh, and hurry, will you? Sid doesn't like to be kept waiting.
I'm sure he doesn't.
Is that the area outside Lostwing, or is it in the northwest?
The letter won't last very long out in the elements. I should make for Sandbreck as soon as I can.
Sandbreck, that's outside Lostwing. It is here. Yep, it's exactly where I thought it was. Alright, there's another quest here.
what happened? Is everything all right?
Where's that Moogle?
He's never this late. I can't help but fear the worst. Where are you, Randall?
Is everything all right?
Forgive me, young man. I was in a world of my own. I'm worried about my friend, you see. He left some time ago and hasn't returned. You know what it's like out there for a bearer on his own.
Why leave the safety of the hideaway?
For coin. Sad though it is, our need outweighs the risk. The hideaway can't survive on goodwill alone. And though Karen does what she can, her coffers aren't bottomless. Wait, you were a soldier, were you not? In the Imperial Army?
I was.
Then might I ask a favour of you? I'm too old to be traipsing hither and yon. Will you go and find him for me?
Side quest, so I'm obligated to.
I'll do what I can.
Oh, thank you.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Randall, and I suspect you'll find him in Lostwing. He's been working for Quinton, the tavern keeper. He'll know something, I'm sure.
I'll speak to him.
Safe travels, my friend. And thank you again.
Alright, so I'm not going to have a chat to Karen yet because I don't want to trigger that red icon. Can I upgrade my sword or look at some new swords?
What's that for you, dear?
Yeah, look at that. I mean, this is my sword that I just got from, can't remember her name, Hannah. She gave it to me. That was clearly better than everything that I had at that point. And it's immediately superseded by this sword that I'm getting from Ifrit. Although, look at this, we can't reinforce it. Oh, but look at this, we need to merge the Stormcry and the Fire Shard together. I'm going to do it.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Okay, it looks like we can't do anything for our Van Brace or our Sash. There's no new one that we can forge. And we can't
Anything
upgrade
else?
these. Alright, I'll go to Lost Wing in a sec, but let me just firstly unlock this. Is that actually unlocked? Okay, I see. That is unlocked. So we can upgrade it. Upgrade at a second limit break gauge. Don't we have a second already? Oh, I'm so confused. We're not going to master it. Not with this upgrade. I can see though, we haven't unlocked these and these aren't red in the center. So I can see a little black circle there and then a red circle. This one here is much brighter, which means it is actually unlocked. And I now see the word learned on the right-hand side there. On the very right-hand side, just above the video, it says learned. So we've learned that at least. Alright, in that case, do I want to upgrade this? I don't want to get that. I've got too many abilities already. I definitely want to upgrade that. I want more range on my shift. Yeah, we can't do anything with these. Can't upgrade them, can't replace them. I'm not going to do anything with that because honestly it doesn't seem terribly useful. Ah, so much stuff. Alright. Let's pay Lost Wing a visit and see if we can do something about these side quests.
The courier said his pack might have split while he was passing through the bales. I better keep my eyes open. Good. Looks like I'm in the right area.
Or, you know, we can just walk towards the green things.
More of the lost supplies.
Where'd it go?
I doubt he could have fit much more in his pack. Still no sign of Sid's letter, though. I've come this far. Might as well ask around.
A little overdressed to be picking grapes, aren't you? Are you here for Master Quentin?
I'm looking for a letter someone dropped nearby. I don't suppose you've seen it.
Can't say I have, sorry.
Well, if you do...
Wait, I did pass a dog with something in its mouth a little while back. Could have been a piece of paper. No idea if it was your letter, but you never know.
Which way did it go?
Towards Lostwing? Seemed well looked after to me. Dare say someone there's been feeding it.
To the village, then. Thank you.
Call ya? Did Master Quentin summon you?
The shad's all salted and smoked, but it'll be an age before this.
Did the dog actually eat it?
It seems we have our culprit. Sorry, boy. Someone's waiting for this. He's waited long enough already.
I mean, it's not as bad as the dog from Lightning Returns,
Out of trouble.
but it's not great. Also, it looks severely underfed.
A whole day on the line.
I suppose I can see the contents of that letter at all, can I? Something about, I don't know, decapitate Benedicta and put the head in the box? Nope.
What'll we do for supper?
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing off?
You haven't much, but you're free to look.
Still don't have enough money for that. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah.
Keep fighting the good fight.
Sun's setting fast.
Ah, if it isn't Sid's young protege. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I'm looking for a bearer called Randall. I hear he's been coming to you for work. He was expected back at the hideaway some time ago. A friend of his asked me to check on him.
Randall, you say? The porter? Yes, I know him. And I can't say I'm surprised if he has been delayed. I gave him enough to do. Though, thinking about it, he should probably have been back by now.
I'll go and look for him. Where was he headed?
He was to meet an associate of mine to the south of here, on Lorbert's Pass. I do hope nothing's happened to him. Be sure to let me know, Clive.
Alright, it sounds like we can get to murder some people. Or some monsters, perhaps. No obelisk nearby. Damn, okay, we're taking the long route. Getting out of here.
Can I have another cup then?
Nope, I'm lost. There's nothing about, no, there's nothing terrible written there today. Where I'm going. Definitely gonna have to consult the map again. Is Jill with me? Jill is with me. Bang, okay. Where am I and where am I going? Okay, so we're turning left. I want to be up there, don't I? This isn't marked on the map per se, but I assume I'm now going in the correct direction. No, I'm not. I'm going the exact opposite direction. Follow this road and we should be fine.
I heard from a couple of the bearers what you did to them royalists over.
I mean, to be fair, they did deserve it. Alright, let's do this.
You all right?
The hanged man. Thank the gods. You're one of us. We were attacked. Beastmen on the road. Randall knew he didn't play the hero, but reckless sod insisted on drawing him off.
Where did this happen?
Further down the road. In the clearing. Please. You have to see that he's safe.
I'll do what I can. You go back to Lost Wing and tell Quentin what happened.
Alright, it is time to murder some beastmen.
Goblins. Why am I not surprised?
Let's get myself organized. No, not you. Jesus. Not you either. This one.
A little help.
Let's try a limit break against this dude. I'm trying to get the combo going, but no problems. Should go for the other one first. That was a mistake. Jesus Christ, that was bad. Come on. What the hell? How are you not staggered? Holy shit. That was insane. I was staggered him about 12 times though. Slow dodge. Oh, come on, I dodged that. 100%. There we go. Alright, let me get away from that. He's clearly trying to stagger you during that, did not work. wrong button. Need to do that. Oh, get out of here. Oh dear. Yeah, I think he's dead.
Sorry, Randall. Looks like I was too late. He doesn't deserve to rot by the roadside. I'll speak to Quentin.
First, let me go over here and grab this sparkly thing. Because you know, that's far more important than burying a body. Another sparkly thing. Another sparkly thing. All of the sparkly things, they need to be mine. Oh, get over here. Can I upgrade Deadly Embrace? And if so, does it increase the range of the snatch? Because if it does, I need to unlock that, clearly. Where is it? Increases claw range. That is very much needed here. Alright, so let's head back. Local map. How do I get to the local map? Don't know if I can get to the local map from here. I think I have to actually come back to the main screen. Alright, let's go back there. Back into the pub, do something about this body, and then we will go back to the hideout.
But how did the grocer know his...
Ah, there you are. My man told me what happened. And? I can't help but notice you're alone. Damn it. I feared as much.
He's not far from the south gate. I trust you'll do right by him.
Of course. I'll send someone right away. I knew he was brave, though I didn't know he was reckless. Poor fool.
And you known him long?
A while. I liked the fact that he didn't shy away from dangerous work, and he liked what I paid.
Because it helped keep the hideaway afloat.
I'll tell Sid what happened here. I expect he'll be none too pleased to learn of Randall's fate. And I suppose you're none too happy either. For your trouble.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm happy about that or not. I got some good combat practice and, you know, he gave me some crafting materials, so I can't complain about that, I guess. I try to look on the bright side of things, chat. Alright, let's go back to the hideaway. Turn this one in, then I'll have a chat to Tomes, assuming nothing else happens. Update things in there, have a quick look, and then we'll have a chat to Karen. I do have to say though, these load times, I'm very impressed. The only PS5 games I've really played which have great load times are either games which had pretty good load times to begin with on the PS4 or PlayStation 5 exclusives from the first party studios. This is a third-party exclusive, and it's running pretty damn well.
Maybe I should just own up to what Owen said.
What was on the letter, sir?
Well, there you are. I just got back to the hideaway, and thankfully Otto hasn't seen me yet. I don't suppose you,
Found the things you dropped. I did.
I was so sure they'd be gone. And the letter?
Yeah, it's got some dog slobber on
A
it.
little worse for wear.
No more skulking about in the shadows for me, then. And all thanks to you. Losing those supplies was one thing, but if Sid had found out about that letter...
Is it about Cursebreaker business?
If only. It's from his daughter. She's off studying in Canver, and her letters are all that keeps Sid sane while she's away.
You never mentioned a daughter.
Well, he's a busy man. And thanks to you, he won't be wasting his time smiting careless couriers with levin bolts. So I'd say you did us both a service. Here, for your troubles. If there's anything you're wanting from Sid, today's the day. He'll be sweet as honey once he gets his hands on this.
I don't know if that's an interesting thing he just let slip there. He mentioned 11 bolts. So they are all very aware that Sid is Ramu or a lightning dominance. Also, Sid has a daughter. If her name is Sydney, I'm going to be very upset. That's all I can say. Doubly so if she is a mechanic. Alright, are we a level 3 analyst?
Have you come for a tale? Or perhaps... There is a rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you.
Continental Accord, some sort of alliance or something, universal calendar. A fresh start for mankind, albeit one which put magic users at a crippling disadvantage. Ah, it talks about the bearers, including the branding of bearers and their status as non-personal. Okay, I don't like the Continental Accord anymore. The founder. I feel like I need to read all of this. Fear and uncertainty reigned in those early years following the sins of can't pronounce that. Not wanting to further incur the wrath of the heavens, the few who survived the fall took to wandering the land, spurning magic and staying to the shadows, and so they lived for decades. Survived the fall. Are they referring to the Fallen? The airships? One man grew tired, blah 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 blah. Climbed a grassy knoll and then assassinated JFK. Gathered a pile of rubble, used it to build a humble shelter. Next morning, instead of abandoning his work, he built the shelter he kept building until the shack became home. The wanderers who passed the knoll would shun him. As his estate grew, people began to slow their steps, and it was not long before some took to joining him on that knoll, gathering stones. This they did without magics or machines, without boon or blessing. They relied on naught but their hands, their backs, their wills, and each other. And slowly house gave way to village, blah 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 blah. The man would one day die, as all men do, but those who remained continued his legacy, expanded upon it. And though his name was eventually forgotten, his spirit lives on to this day in the hearts of all Rosarians. And this is how the Grand Duchy of Rosaria started. Legend of the Founder. I mean, it talks about history of Rosaria, so the Phoenix must be involved here, I guess. That must be where the line started.
You wish to study the tomes?
Yeah, okay. Sid posits that it is in fact the mother crystals and their ability to draw ether from the earth that is the reason for the Deadlands' advance, the Blight's advance. The few who learn the truth are hunted down by those in positions of power, those whose power rests on their control of this crucial resource. What was that about tax? Their tax on the land. Mysterious ether floods and a spectre of the ever-encroaching blight. Dion. Let me just write that down. I've got Prince question mark in my notes. Prince Dion is Bahamut's. And also he seems like a right royal prick, just saying. 5 cardinals. Northern, southern, eastern, and western. I was hoping you would mention something about his daughter here. What of this mysterious hooded man? Sorry, just slowly looking through here, looking for a daughter. No. No, that hasn't changed. Alright, I've seen enough for now.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
You've mentioned that every time I've walked past you, dude. Stop looking at poop.
Do you need any help, Miss Molly?
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier. Sound happy.
So what God's forsaken corner of the realm is Sid dragging you off to this time?
Oriflamme.
The Holy Capital. And what business would you lot having?
We're going to murder a bunch of
I
people.
don't want to know.
I mean, there's nothing else we can do but just murder people. That's what we do. Yeah, I assume there's nothing we can purchase here that is useful other than consumables, perhaps. And those. I kind of want to test that out at some point, but honestly, there's no... Oh, okay, so we've got something that works with Heatwave already. But we can also purchase this, which improves it further. Do we really only get 3 accessory slots for the entire game? Surely we've got to get more. There's too much stuff here. I'm assuming we're going to get like 8 icons, maybe even 9, including Ifrit. And you're telling me I can only power up 3 abilities max? I don't know. No. I should really just sell some of this stuff. Sell all valuables. Let's get rid of this stuff. No, this was, thinking. We crafted Stormcry from Garuda, and now we forged it into Flametongue. We still have Invictus. So we, I'm assuming it's safe to sell this grey stuff. And if not, I should be able to purchase it back. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this.
You got out else? I reckon I can find a buyer.
Still says sold out there.
None today, I'm afraid. Sorry. Sold out.
If it's grey, I think I'll just get rid of it. I can sell the rest, but
Speaking of
honestly,
Oriflamme,
it's fine.
I hear the trading routes leading south have seen more than double the usual traffic. If you ask me, some at foul's brewing. And it ain't tires borbile tea. Oh, just go and see Otto, will ya?
All right.
Well, that was a strange tone, but I assume that is the Empire paying the Dalmekians a visit, asking them to cede their land.
Take a seat, Clive.
So you're really going through with it? Sid's been talking about bringing down a mother crystal since I've known him. But that's all it's ever been. Talk.
He's convinced it's the right thing to do. We'll be leaving for the capital shortly.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better moment. Seems the hiding the royalists gave him wasn't enough to dampen old Sylvester's spirits. His legions are on the march again. This time, due south.
Another war.
All as the great Grieger wills it. Bloodthirsty little miss, that one. That's God's for you, innit? Still, might work to our advantage on this occasion. Wars breed chaos. On the front lines, and at home. With a fair wind behind them, a handful of like-minded ne'er-do-wells could melt into the back alleys of Oriflamme. No trouble. It's making it to the capital that's the problem.
The checkpoint.
That's right. Anyone travelling in or out of Oriflamme has to go through Northreach. Lucky for you, I might just know of a way.
This?
Well, no, not that. That gets you an audience with the Dame.
It'd be helpful if I could see what that is.
We'll see you safely through Northreach. I'll send a Stolas in the morning. Let her know you're coming. We go way back. And she's a true friend of the cause. I'm sure you'll get on like a house on fire.
It's going to be another seal.
That's good of you, but who is this dame, and where will I find her?
She's the proud proprietress of Northreach's foremost house of ill repute, the Vale. And she's quite a woman, if you know what I mean.
Come on, dude.
A woman. Right.
Don't go blinding her with your charm now, lad. I'll be expecting a full report when you get back.
I don't want to say anything. I'll get into trouble. Let me just say that I don't approve... Alliance reports? What is that? I don't really approve of the way the game is handling women. That's all I'll say. Alliance reports are now available for viewing by speaking to Gortz. These reports compiled by the Cursebreakers contain information on quests. Oh, God.
I suppose that's everything. Now to find Gav.
I mean, I get it. It's a medieval game, but I don't know.
Oh, you're the new lad, aren't you? Goat at your service. Well, at the Hideaway service, anyway. Otto's put me in charge of reading through the reports sent in by our allies and picking out any problems that might warrant the attention of the Cursebreakers. Or any other willing volunteers. And there's no shortage of problems, I can tell you. Well, maybe I don't have to. I'll warrant a strapping lad like you's got people begging him for help wherever you go. Anyway, if you're ever interested in taking a look over the list, just say the word. Reckon you could probably tick off the odd thing here and there. They say little acts of kindness are their own reward. But if that ain't enough, these have got proper bounties on them and all.
Alliance
Anything
reports.
catch your eye?
New quests, but also travel immediately to... Wow, okay. Sad little Gil. I'm tempted to do this one simply because it's a single. I'm sorry, Capital Mother Crystal, you're going to have to wait. Yeah, I'm impressed with the load times, I really am.
I feel good, boy.
The best boy, really. Alright, where are we going?
The tavern. It's done for. I've seen your face before. You're a friend of Martha's. Help us, I beg you.
Help you with what?
Damn,
Bandits
dude.
in the golden stables. They're waving their swords around. I think they're gonna kill someone. When I saw what was happening, I slipped out the back. I should have stayed, but... Oh, please help them.
All right. I'll see to your problem.
Thank you.
How many were there?
I was out of the door too fast to count. They looked a nasty bunch, though. Be careful in there, all right?
I mean, as long as I didn't kill Martha, it's all good, and we get some combat practice, and we get to practice some finger... We get to use our Phoenix on them. Yeah, that's right. We're going to Phoenix them. We're not going to finger them at all. We're going to Phoenix them.
Ha! Golden Stable's my ass. All Martha's hiding back here is coppers. Huh? Oh, that's a fine sword, friend. Heavy, though, I expect. What say we relieve you of it?
This is not going to end how you think it's going to end.
Get him, lads. I want that blade.
Got that we didn't have Heatwave equipped. Right, so the pub is cleared. Well, we've probably caused incalculable damage to it in the process.
I'll be keeping my blade, thank you.
Call the cleaner, we've got some bodies.
The hero of the Golden Stables.
People will think twice about pushing us around again, thanks to you. We're lucky you were nearby. No good cowards wouldn't have dared set foot in the place if I'd been here, of course.
But you weren't. I thought you told me you had someone watching the place.
Was this them?
Blood axes keep an eye on the tavern, yeah. When they're not busy keeping the peace, that is. I've spread them as thin as they'll go. The Empire might be in charge, but that don't mean they care to keep us safe. If it weren't for the blood axes and me, merchants won't come near these lands for fear of what might happen to them.
I see. Then you do Rosaria a great service.
Just as you did today. You're a useful man to have around. Here.
And there'll be a mug of something tasty waiting for you whenever you next stop by.
Right, we've got work to do to make this place presentable. You best be going, before I arm you with a mop.
Thought maybe a couple of buckets would be appropriate as well, so we could put the body parts in there. Not terribly much, but I assume this is all required to get 100% completion or certain trophies, so that's why I'm doing this stuff.
There he is, the man of the hour. You're the one who saw off the bandits, aren't you? Martha was singing your praises. Takes a brave man to march into danger out of the goodness of his heart. You have my respect.
A Rosarian salute.
Oh, what is it they say? Old habits die hard. I trust you won't be reporting me to the Viceroy. If we'd had a few more like you about, perhaps the Rosfields might still... Listen to me rambling on. Thank you again, and, take care of yourself.
A random mercenary saying that to us, that's
It's
a
just
bit odd.
Shame I didn't get here sooner. It would have been an honor.
I mean, if you blink, you miss it. Damn, I can see a sparkly item all the way from here. That's actually quite impressive. It's not too far away, but it's far enough away where it's like, yeah, it's far enough away that you wouldn't expect things to be actually rendered in that distance. And there's one further along as well. Just above Clive's head there, behind that tree. You can see a little sparkle of blue there. Just above the sacks now. So hang on, that's actually really, really impressive. Right, enough gawking. Can I see the other quests, or do I have to go back to the hideout first? No, look at that. So, I can find the quest by having a chat to that dude in the Fat Chocobo, not the Fat Chocobo, the Fat Chocobo, or I can come out here and have a look.
Ah, you're Sid's man, if I'm not mistaken. Couldn't trouble you for some assistance, could I?
It depends. What do you need?
Some new bearers from Oriflamme just arrived, and it cost Master Quinton a pretty penny to convince their owner to part with them. Man must have been a bloody tyrant. I can't get a peep out of them, try as I might.
They're probably terrified of you.
You're probably right. Dare say it'd take a bearer like yourself to open them up. So, will you have a word with them? Help them settle in?
Apologies, just adjusting my Twitch because there's a part there that wasn't being recorded, so that part is going to be in glorious 720p. Hopefully it's going to look much better right now.
I can try.
That'll do me. Tell them they're safe, and that if they need anything, they just have to ask.
I'll let them know.
Appreciate it. They're sitting over there, taking a long overdue breather, looks like.
Is it really appropriate to have a conversation about them when they're sitting right there, really?
So you're the new arrivals. Is there anything I can get you? You're safe here. They don't punish people like us for speaking our minds.
Truly. I'm hungry. My sister too, we're starving.
Wait here. I'll fetch you something from the tavern.
Thank you.
I won't be long. You stay here and rest.
Oh, wait, it's this other... I'll have a chat to that dude first.
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing?
So this is cells, or is this just down at the basement of the church?
Quinton will never forgive me if I don't save that crop.
How did you get in here, boy?
I want no trouble. Wait, that's... Oh, glory to Griga. You were the Hanged Man. I took you for a rogue.
Hanged?
If you're a friend of Master Quinton's, then perhaps you'll help me. His vineyard, Lostwing's pride and joy, has been beset by a plague of giant wasps.
And you need someone to solve your pest problem.
I do indeed. I've never seen them so far from the forest, nor so mean for that matter. I suppose the smell's got them worked up. And little wonder. This'll be the finest crop we've ever known if the fiends don't eat it first. I tried chasing them off myself, but they won't flee from the likes of me. And if I don't bring those grapes in for pressing soon, Master Quinton will have my guts for garters. You look like you can handle that blade of yours. Will you put it to use for a comrade in need? Please, rid us of these wasps so I can be about my business.
Certainly will, and let me be clear, I will absolutely do that for you, and I'm terrible at saying things, I mispronounce things, and I stumble over my words all the time. But hang it? Why would he not just say hanged like a normal person, dude?
All right. I'll see to it.
Are you a normal person?
Oh, thank you. You'll find them over at Gotan's Bales on the edge of town. And hurry, Lostwing needs those grapes.
For our wine, so we can get drunk. Are you secretly a monster? That's about the only explanation I'll accept here. Why would he say hanged? Fuck me. It's fine. Valisteria looks like a very, or sounds like a very weird place in this case. Sounds like a weird place. Alright, let's go to the inn.
Sun's setting fast.
To the Hanged Man. I did that deliberately, chap.
Can I have another?
I'll have 2 plates of whatever you're serving.
Sorry. We've enough mouths of our own to feed without tending to the wants of outsiders.
It's not for me. It's for some new arrivals.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't see the mark. So you're a comrade. Well, in that case, you may have whatever you require. Take all the bread and wine you want.
Deal.
That's really all it takes. One look at the innkeeper's mark.
Of course it is. I do as Master Quinton commands, as do we all. And Master Quinton commands that none of his favoured guests be left wanting. Well, don't keep our new comrades waiting. Take what you need and see that they eat their fill.
You sounded a bit upset by that. Don't know if I'm misreading you there.
Bread and wine. Hopefully this will be enough.
Yeah, because that's what all new arrivals need after going through a terrible journey. Alcohol.
Don't tell me. Turnips for supper.
Brother, did you see?
Yeah. Bread and wine from the tavern.
May we? Truly? Such plenty. Never in all my days.
Brother, this place is like a dream. We sat and no one shouted. We ate and more was offered.
I know. I can't believe it.
You're free now. And the next time you're hungry, you need only ask to be fed.
Thank you for everything. Thank you.
I appreciate that the quests are helping build the world, but honestly, mechanically, these are on par with Final Fantasy VII Remake side quests. And I'll say no more about that. Alright, so I believe we have a plague of hornets out here somewhere.
That must be the vineyard. A few wasps
Hornets,
shouldn't give me too much
wasps,
trouble.
whatever. Looks like there's about 6 of them. Get down here. Ah, that was a waste. All of this is a waste because they're going down very quickly. Let me target one of those and then do this. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. You see me mashing it. That wasn't me pushing the wrong button, I was waiting for it.
That's enough.
Dang.
It's over.
Looks like that was the last of them. I'd better let Quinton's man know.
Don't tell me. Turnips for supper.
But how did the grocer know his daughter had been stealing?
climb over that? No. Trying to take a shortcut.
Those wasps won't be interfering with your harvest anymore.
Oh, thank you. Master Quinton would have had my head if I'd lost the crop. I'd say you've earned a reward. Our Gotand Rouge fetches a handsome price among the rich and powerful of the realm. We use that money to keep our comrades fed and imperial wolves from our door. The vineyards were Master Quinton's idea. He wanted to give bearers a place to work, a place where they'd be safe.
Well, he certainly seems to have done that here. I'm glad I could help.
I'll see that he hears of your kindness. And once this vintage is ripe for drinking, there'll be a glass or two raised in your honor.
I just wish the rewards were a bit more substantial. I imagine I'll use this stuff at some point later in the game to craft things. Alright, let's go back to the hideouts to see if speaking to that dude about the reports shows anything new. I can't imagine it would though, because we don't have any exclamation points on the map. And I also want to see what curse breakers are.
Right. Me? The way I see it,
The way I see it, I wish this was voice acted.
so, what'd you say? Quick look.
Yep, nothing.
Always something in there.
Have you come for a tale? Or perhaps...
I've just come to listen to these sound effects.
What subject shall we consider today?
I don't see CU. Really? Organizations? It's not them. The curse breakers have been mentioned a few times, but I wouldn't have a clue where they fall here. Alliance? Maybe here? Do not call the hideaway their home, but nevertheless lend their strength to Sid's cause. Many in the twins, blah blah blah. Aiding Sid's bearer liberation efforts. I assume it's them.
You are always welcome, Clive.
I don't know, and I wish I knew. Alright, let's have a chat to Gav,
Do you need any help, Miss Molly?
and maybe we'll go to the capsule.
Clive, was it?
Well, 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 someone's in a hurry.
Just following orders.
Funny, I never took you for the type.
Can't all be as obedient as you, Gav.
Eh?
Awkward laughter.
Fine day for a little mischief, wouldn't you say?
Is this all of us?
Actually, Gav won't be coming.
Just the three of us, then?
Drake said is the keystone of the Empire. Oriflamme's in chaos, yes, but that doesn't mean we can march an army through her gates. The fewer our numbers, the better our chances of going unnoticed.
Do we need an army? Predominance.
Should that plan fail, well, we have our icons to fall back on.
Exactly.
Sid, I don't know if I can. Ifrit still seems to come and go as he pleases.
Ordinarily, priming an icon comes naturally to a dominance. But then, you are no ordinary dominance.
He's still got the blessing of the Phoenix, doesn't he?
Not to mention what he sucked out of Garuda. And did I ever tell you about how he was once the greatest shield in Rosaria?
How do you know about that?
I reckon he could probably cut us a path out of the capital on his own if need be.
Let's try not to find out.
We're less likely to be spotted if we travel separately. I'll meet you in Northreach in a few days. You two behave now.
That's right, we need to get up through a checkpoint. Wait, it's a Lost Wing? Really? We need to get through like a checkpoint or something here, don't we? We're being told to go to Lost Wing. Okay.
So, we're meeting in Northreach. And will I find Sid and Jill before this dame finds me?
Why would you not... Am I missing something? Why would he spawn me there and not here? Alright, we have some murdering practice. No, you're friendly, never mind. But you're not. Get over here.
Let's make this quick. Sick of Toggle. There's a good boy.
Almost as much experience as doing the side quest. And that's the care. And this is somewhere near by the looks of it. Don't believe we've been this way. No, we haven't.
There. Northreach.
The soldiers used to speak of a brothel. But that was north of the checkpoint. I hope the dame has friends in the south.
I'll go for the red thing. I will forego the sparkle for now. It's probably only like 2 gil.
A moment, my lady.
A moment? I doubt you could afford even that much of my time. Branded.
My mistake.
No, mine. Upon reflection, you don't have the scent of a branded about you. The flowers. Otto always did know how to please me. More than Sid ever did anyway.
Damn.
Do you think you could please me, Clive?
You're the dame.
Let us leave such impersonal titles to my less preferred clientele.
Just let me through the checkpoint, please.
You can call me Isabel. Otto assured me I could trust you. I can trust you, can't I?
You can trust me, yes, but... why would you...
Help you? Because that's what we do. Long ago, Sid did me a kindness when no one else would. I have never forgotten that. Without it, I would not be where I am today. And so, I make it a point to do the same whenever possible. Which brings us here. To the final obstacle between you and whatever it is you seek in the holy capital.
Yeah, it's probably best we don't tell people what we're up to.
I fear the guards are not likely to let a masterless bearer pass unmolested. Unless... Unless, of course, his master deigned to appear. Yes, that will do nicely. But I shall expect a favor in return.
Wait, what?
I have some questions. Firstly, is Jill around? She is not. So how's Jill getting through? I assume that Jill and Sid need to pass through the same way. Unless maybe what's happening is Jill is getting Sid through and leaving us to our own devices. I guess that's the only thing I can think of right now that would make sense. Because yeah, having that conversation in front of Jill would be... How shall we say this? It would be awkward. It would be very fucking awkward.
We've the right to confiscate any objects forbidden by the throne.
The Empire's finest. The fruit's not getting any fresher.
Do you see anything you like?
Absolutely not. This is all... Is that the same before the storm? No, 50. I haven't seen one that's 50. Again, I can purchase crafting materials here. And all this stuff is rubbish. And the game knows that this is rubbish because I've got these purple items equipped, which were given to me as part of the crypt path. I've got no idea why these are on sale.
Back again.
I mean, lore-wise, I can sort of understand, but it just seems very pointless.
What the hell are you doing?
Tut tut. We cannot have people thinking I tolerate disobedience from my branded.
The men who gave me this are no more my masters than you are. But it's not as if I can hide it.
From the moment you acquired it, that brand has done naught but take. But today, it is going to give you exactly what you want. Just play along.
Madame, back to the Vale already?
But of course, we must make ready to welcome you, my dear.
And who might this be?
Why, my new escort. The streets aren't safe for a girl, what with all the royalists about.
Ignore the Rosarian colours.
Well, don't work him too hard.
Well, that rather depends on you now, doesn't it? I'll see you all at sunset.
Boy, hold up. Another fucking branded. Well, you're lucky you're with the dame. Now get out of my sight, filth.
And you're lucky you're still alive after this conversation. I'm very good at murdering people.
That wasn't so bad.
Wasn't so bad. They might have recognized me.
Exactly.
But they didn't. And even if they had, they wouldn't have done anything about it.
They wouldn't have, but they would have raised the
gentlemen
alarm.
of the garrison are some of my best customers. We have an arrangement, as do you and I. Now, if you'd care to follow me, we can speak more at the Vale.
Doesn't seem like I have much of a choice.
Just, you know, don't ask me for that favour anytime soon. So we came through...
That's
Where
the
did we come
day
through?
done then.
There?
Drinks.
I assume the Vale is the pub. Damn, there's a lot of stuff here. Okay. Something out there as well. So this really is a checkpoint. How are Sid and Jill going to get through?
Vale? How about the Vale then?
Okay, we don't drink at the Vale.
Hotter, you bleeding shitterbed.
Shitterbed, that's a lovely insult. Yeah, I still think the skybox leaves a little bit to be desired. You know what, I'm whinging too much. Let's just play the game. I am still really enjoying this, just to be very, very clear.
The markets are up very. Think I might see you tonight?
I saw it. Alright, it's time to learn if dogs are allowed in brothels.
And if anyone requests her company, tell them she is feeling unwell.
Madame, you look stunning.
As do you, my dear.
Shall I have one of the girls draw a bath?
That won't be necessary. Clive, my darling. Welcome to the Vale.
I'm hoping you're going to take me into a secret room where we're going to plot things rather than, you know, your public rooms. Or even your private rooms. Take me to a secret room.
Thank you for seeing me through the gates, my lady. I am in your debt.
Well, that was the whole point, wasn't it? And I told you, it's Isabel. Whatever wound you so tight, I wonder. It's certainly not Sid's influence.
You, mentioned a favor. What is it you'd have me do? I don't want to keep my companions waiting.
If you mean Sid and the girl, you needn't worry. They have yet to reach the checkpoint.
They're going to get through.
Otto asked me to help them as well. But to answer your question, I need you to find someone for me. One of my girls. Tatienne has been gone for several days now, having left no word of explanation. And I've begun to fear the worst.
I feel as if I've spent my whole life searching for people. Though I can't say I'm any good at it.
I trust you'll do your best. Oh, and take this.
Could be worse, Clive. Suck it up. Another seal.
Proof of that trust. And hopefully enough to keep prying eyes from looking too closely at that handsome face of yours. Now, I have matters to attend to at the Iron Flagon. If you find anything, ask for me there.
I assume that seal is going to let us past the guards.
I should probably start here.
Alright, so at least we don't have to do terrible things. We just have to find someone. And we've got a whole bunch of sight. Oh, God. Alright, I don't actually think we're reaching the capital tonight.
You wear the dame's brooch. She must trust you.
Enough to have me look for one of your colleagues. A woman by the name of Tatienne.
She's still missing then. Oh, if only I'd comforted her.
You saw her before she disappeared.
The day before. She was in tears. She'd lost her comb, a gift from the dame. It wasn't anything fancy, but you could tell it meant the world to her. You see, Tatienne was an orphan, and she looked upon the dame as a mother, as do we all.
So she was upset.
and I didn't lend her my shoulder. But perhaps someone else did.
Someone with
Tatienne shared a
ill
room.
intent.
Her chambermaid may have seen something. She's over there, sitting by the pond.
Thank you. Let's see what her chambermaid can tell us then.
I don't want to progress this too far before I've done the 3 side quests, though.
So you're the new escort the girls have been talking about.
It's not like that.
And you've already been sent off on an errand, eh? Poor boy. You'll be knackered before the real work begins later on tonight.
I'm told you share a bedchamber with Tatienne. Did she say anything to you before?
Before she went missing. Only that she needed to meet with someone. She did mention a name, but I know exactly who she meant.
You do?
Lad from the garrison. Annoying little shit. Spent every gil he earned on Tatienne, and picked fights with anyone else who tried to buy her time. Followed her around like a lost puppy. Tatienne was flattered at first, but it didn't take long for her to get scared. She thought about saying something. But the dame was so proud of her for how much she was bringing in, and she didn't want to let her down.
This man from the garrison. Did you ever see him?
Of course I did. He tried to sneak into our room enough times. Slimy sod's got a scar over one eye. Claims he got it in battle.
You've been very helpful.
Don't let him get away with this. Find him, and you'll find her.
And that's clearly what's going to happen
Man
because
from the garrison. Seems a trip to the barracks is in order.
this is how video games work. But it'd be fun if we found the first Scar dude, beat him up or murdered him, and found out that it had nothing to do with him at all. Of course, if the game does that now, I'm going to be very impressed.
Excuse me, you there? The gentleman with the sword?
I mean, there's another gentleman with a sword over there, and you're yelling pretty loudly. No, you got a broom, never mind.
I cannot help but notice you bear the moon and stars. So you are an associate of the dame's? Might I trouble you for some assistance? You'll be rewarded, of course.
And who exactly would I be assisting?
Oh, forgive me. I am Etienne, a humble merchant, though fortunate enough to count the dame among my acquaintances. I have business beyond these walls, but the guards have grown somewhat suspicious of my comings and goings of late. I was hoping someone might be kind enough to go in my stead. And who better than someone in the employ of the Vale's proprietress? Would you be willing to help a fellow in his hour of need?
Define help.
Why not?
Marvelous. The task is simple enough. Pass through the gate and deliver packages to a few of my most valued clients. There are 3 in total. A grocer, an apothecary, and a distiller. You need only mention that the items you carry are fresh from the master's table.
It's cocaine.
Nothing dangerous, I hope.
It's cocaine.
Why, of course not. Merely trifles, which folk beyond the checkpoint are keen to get their hands on.
It's 100% cocaine.
And though I cannot prevent you from peeking, I advise that you don't.
It's
Strongly advise.
9,000% cocaine. Jesus Christ. No, 3 heavy purses. We just straight up bribing people? And can I actually see what's there? I can't imagine this would have any, I'll call it, gameplay benefit or difference, but... Accompanied by an eerily melodic tinkling. It's a lovely phrase. That is likely best ignored. Alright. I think we'll get that one done first and then go for the other 2. And then have a chat to this dude who has a scar on his face. And maybe even murder him.
If the road's
Reds, whites, ale,
fresh fish.
and a chine of
Liquormonger, here is your cocaine.
I warn you now, I don't sell to your kind, whether you have the coin or not. Where's your master anyway?
Etienne sent me.
Didn't know he had his own bearer. Business must be booming. All right, quickly now, before the guards notice. That is no burden off my back. And this is for Etienne.
All this for a drink?
Not just any drink. The very best, specially distilled for my most discerning customers. The guards find that, they'll seize it before you can blink. You keep it well hidden, all right? If Etienne likes it, tell him there's more where that came from. For a price, of course.
Of course.
Brandy wine. Right, herbalist, here is your cocaine.
I have no business with branded.
Well, I have business with you. A package. Fresh from the master's table.
I do not know you. Where is the merchant, Etienne?
Somewhere the gate guards won't be paying him or his affairs any mind.
Fine. Hand over the goods and be gone. This is lighter than usual. Branded, if I discover you have played me false...
I can always take it back.
You will do no such thing. Your master should cut out your insolent tongue. Had you been the tool of any other man, I would see you clapped in chains.
Yeah, try.
Payment. Take it and get out of my sight.
Cigars?
Those cigars are worth more than your life. Do be careful.
Man, you folks are just a bunch of pricks, that's all I can say. Alright, here is your cocaine. Yes, I'm a branded. Yes, I'm delivering this from your master. You can go fuck off.
There's nothing here for your kind, branded. Go on now, shoot.
I have a delivery from Etienne. Fresh from the master's table.
Why didn't you say so? Times are hard. But this here'll make 'em less so. For a while at least. Sorry about the welcome. I meant nothing by it. You wait right here. Here. You can tell Etienne I'm a man of my word.
Perfume.
Oriflamme's finest. Just as promised.
Perfume, cigars, and spirits. Someone has expensive tastes. The question is, how can they afford to maintain them? I suppose there's only one way to find out.
Guys didn't search, so we can just walk straight in.
That's the day done then.
Ah, you have returned.
I believe these are yours.
Just having a read of that. Parcels of 20 roses are required to distill a single drop of fragrance rose oil. That's a lot of roses.
Delightful. The dame will be pleased.
You don't say. And would she be pleased to learn what you had to exchange for those items?
You mean the crystals? No need to be coy, my boy.
Why not just tell me in the first place?
An honest man wears deception like shackles about his ankles. I couldn't risk you stumbling under the gaze of the guards. After all, we both know the punishment for dealing in unsanctioned crystals, even such morsels as I provide. And if you don't know what this day's work may have cost you, then, well, I dare say you'll sleep all the better for it. Despite the risk, our friends beyond the wall gladly give their finest and most treasured wares for the paltry crumbs I trade in.
I didn't realize crystals were so scarce here.
As scarce as chocobo teeth, hence the thriving market for even the scantest fragments. Do you think it vulgar that I profit from the hardship of others?
It's just an
I think
exchange.
you're doing what you believe is necessary.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't doubt the dame would agree. A reward for a job well done. I have the goods I was commissioned to gather, and the guards are none the wiser. I thank you, as will our mutual friend when she hears of how you have aided me.
The dame, I hope. Alright, what other fetch quests do we have? Go for the one on the right first.
Sergeant's got it in for us two. As if either of us needs to brush up on our swordcraft. Where's your commanding officer, Branded? Don't you know the training grounds are for real soldiers?
Hey, you lost or something? Sorry, but the Imperial Guard's got no use for your kind. The infantry always needs more bodies, though.
I'm just passing through.
I don't bloody believe it. The bastard's wearing the moon and stars.
That'll be why he's strutting about like he owns the place.
The Dane laughed when we offered her our protection. You reckon this prick's really worth a couple of the Emperor's finest?
I dare say there's ways of finding out. How about it, Branded? Care to show us how you earned that brooch?
This is not going to end.
Oh, no doubt.
What do you think it will?
Chivalrous souls that we are. Robin and I need to know the dame's being properly looked after.
Are we fighting you or fighting something beyond the walls?
Fine. If it'll put your mind at ease.
Oh, and just so you know, I won't be holding back. I suggest you don't either. Take a moment to get ready if you need it. Wouldn't want you whining about an unfair fight.
I question whether it's a good thing or not if we should use our dominance here, or our magical abilities.
Now, let's get the measure of you, shall we?
Because yeah, if I can launch you, you're getting launched.
If that's what you want.
Cocky bastard. All right, let's be having you.
It looks like it's just the one.
Oh, and when you go crying to your mistress, tell her it was Leon who gave you the pounding. Use all the dirty tricks
wrong
you
buttons.
want, Alright, so you know one end of a blade from the other. Enough. Fuck me.
What the hell are you playing at, Leon? Ah, so it's a real challenge he wants, is it? Fine.
Christ. Alright, fine.
Sword up, bearer. Let's have some fun, shall we?
Do you have a gauge? You do not.
How the bearer win the Dane's favour anyway?
I know when to hold my tongue for a start.
Yeah, the other one said I yield, and then I literally stabbed him on the ground and murdered him.
You got potential. I'll give you that.
didn't get touched once. Ah, no wonder the Imperials lost. Did the Imperials lose? In that battle with Bahamut and Odin? I thought Odin won, i.e. the Waludas won. I mean, if they all fight as well as you two, then it's totally understandable.
Can I go now?
Grieger's gas. The bastard didn't even break a sweat.
The dame's man or no, he's still a branded. Best hope the sergeant never hears about this.
Mm.
Yeah, not after the bollocking he gave us for missing drills. Might be the old sod had a point.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, good bloody riddance. At least we know the dame's in safe hands, I suppose.
Do us a favour. If you have to tell the dame about this, tell her we got a good few hits in, eh?
Yeah, nah. Lots of gil, but virtually no experience. And a meteorite, which is worth 1,000 gil, so... That's not all bad. Alright, so I'm going to ignore you for now.
Heard the bones fell favourably. To the Vale, then, is it?
What do you think? Nothing like a quick tumble on another man's coin.
What is the butts 10 quivers? Archery? Must be archery. I don't want to think what else it is.
I don't know how a bearer came by the moon and stars, but thank goodness I found you. Can I trust you to be discreet?
About what?
About this. About what I wish to ask of you. About the fact that I, a humble creature, assist the Dame of the Vale in her endeavors. As unlikely as it may seem, there are those within the upper echelons of Samberquois society who find the Empire's treatment of bearers to be barbaric.
All right. But what do you want from me?
This town is carried upon the backs of its bearers, and yet many would see their servants starve. Not for the want of coin, simple fare cost little more than a pittance, but to revel in the suffering of others, a simple act of cruelty. Contemptible though it is, my countrymen would sooner cut off their noses to spite their faces than see their bearers fed. And despite my best attempts at secrecy, my efforts to dole out comestibles have been noticed. Which brings me to my request. The brand upon your cheek affords you a certain freedom. A freedom I could sorely use.
I'm surprised you're doing this. I mean, you're an Oriflamme official. It sounds like you need a different job. Because showing sympathy to the bearers like this is completely incompatible with your position.
Fine. What do you need me to do?
At least that's what I think, anyway.
Thank you. An extra meal may not seem like much, but it will make all the difference. Here, deliver these, but keep them hidden. Quickly now. What food I can provide goes where the need is greatest. And today that happens to be the barracks. 3 bearers, overworked and underfed, not permitted a moment's rest.
It's no wonder so many die before their time.
Tragic, true, but do not let anger make you careless. People will view this act of mercy as an undermining of the Empire's authority. Be discreet for both our sakes, and for the sake of those we feed. Oh, and when you're finished, a word in the ear of one of the Dame's girls would be appreciated.
You won't be staying then?
I'm afraid not. I'm expected back in the capital, and have already risked much speaking with you this long.
Unless you're actively working against the capital, or you've infiltrated or something, I don't get why you're working there.
Crystal's curse is bad enough. I can't let people starve as well.
Right, more fetch questing.
Are you waiting for it to heal on its own? Hurry up!
We can give you another wound or two if you like.
Not the time.
Right, maybe we need to do this in a certain order.
need a rest.
Not half as much as I need this. Thank you. I daren't eat it here, though. Not where anyone might see.
Has it always been this bad?
Oh, it was worse before the Chamberlain. I'd be dead without him. Me and many others.
That's something at least.
Can you not just wait a little while for the wind to naturally dry? Do we really need this? Is this really necessary? Right, he is still being healed. Or he's still doing the healing on that training soldier, whatever. How do we reach here at the blacksmith?
It's not been half a moon since Bellen's tour.
I have something for you.
From the Chamberlain. Thank you. You need to leave. Now. Please.
Branded! Who told you to rest? Stoke those damn flames! And you! If you've got a message for me, out with it. If not, return to your post.
I'm just going to walk off in silence. Alright, are you finished?
Enough! Curse you! Get away from me! You'll work faster next time if you know what's good for you!
Here. It looks like you need it.
The Chamberlain must have sent you, but alas, my work is far from over. If I don't go now, they'll beat me.
You need to rest.
But I won't. I've wounds to heal and bones to mend.
And what of your own hurts?
They'll wait. As will my hunger. Thank you, though.
A drover has more regard for his cattle than the Empire does its bearers. Anyway, I'd better head to the Vale.
They've been treated pretty much like animals.
All right. Are you here for business or pleasure?
I'm here to report back.
Business, though not my own. The Chamberlain put me to work delivering food.
Ah, so he found someone to help him then. Just as well. I hear his friends back at court have been taking a little too much interest in him of late.
So he really is a Chamberlain.
There was a time when he was the Vale's most illustrious customer. Us girls thought of him as a generous uncle. He was one of the only people round here who seemed bothered by the way the Empire treats its bearers.
Rare for one in his position.
A fact not wasted on the dame. A little nudge from her is all it took, and he became the patron saint of Northreach's starving masses. My sisters and I may have lost an uncle, but bearers are being fed for a change, so we don't grumble. Much.
Glad to hear it.
Gives you faith, though, doesn't it? To know there are people out there like him. And you, for that matter. It's no wonder the dame's got a soft spot for you.
I better be going.
Yeah, that's a dangerous subject. Let's not talk about that. He's taking a huge risk, though. Alright, let's have a chat to this dude with the scar on his face, and maybe beat him up, and or murder him. Preferably both.
Heard the bones fell favourably.
I'm looking for a man with a scar over his eye.
Looking for a man? Does this look like a brothel, Branded? Fuck off.
Hold your tongue. He wears the dame's brooch. One word from him and the Vale's doors will be barred to us for good.
There's only one man in the garrison with a dodgy eye. His name's Yannick. I haven't seen him around lately, though.
On account of him being in Moor. Yannick left a few days back. Said he had dealings with a merchant there.
The dame thanks you. Moor is the last village on the road to Oriflamme. I should let Isabel know where I'm headed.
Assuming it's over here. Is there a way through here? Yes, there is. Although, no, she's up there. Never mind.
Clive, tell me you bear good tidings.
That remains to be seen.
Oh, Tatienne, you could have told me.
This Yannick. The soldiers I spoke to believe he's in the village of Moor. According to them, he claimed to have some business with a merchant there. Though that wouldn't explain his continued absence.
And you plan on traveling to Moor to ascertain the truth?
Isn't that what you want?
Oh, it is, but I fear sending you there may cause more harm than good. The people of Moor are rather set in their ways. You'll find they have little love for bearers, and they will not hesitate to report one such as you to the constabulary. There is a man in Moor who owes me a favor. More than one, in fact. His name is Bertrand, and he works at the stables. Tell him I sent you.
I shall return as soon as I find something.
I suppose this is going to end in us. Another side quest. What the hell? No, they're up there. This is going to end in us getting another seal, I guess. Okay, I just completely spun myself around. Okay.
Oriflamme, how many bearers suffer to keep your granaries full?
I have to imagine that there's some side quest stuff around here, but without the exclamation points, I don't think it's worth looking. Alright, let's practice a bit. Not that. Jump up you there? Yes. Not that I see the point. That attack doesn't seem terribly useful. Man, look at that. 60 experience. That's pretty much more than what I got for the side quests. Looked like they were animating at about 5 FPS though. Who said that? Oh, I wish I could just murder all three of you right there, but I don't have the option.
That's enough dallying.
Case of...
A lot of you. There's still work to be done.
Don't know how to pronounce that word, but I assume it's basically just like a slave driver or something. Just want to head this way in case there is an obelisk or a checkpoint here. Okay, there could be one over there as well, but I don't see anything jutting out of the ground. That church up there. Wonder if we can reach that. I assume we can get over there as well. I assume this is all going to be side quest stuff.
Not much chance I'd make it through the Penitent's Gate without someone recognizing me as a deserter. Sid had better have a plan.
I'm guessing that plan might involve breaking the gate down, Clive. Yep, there we go.
The gates are closed. Look here, men. This branded would be so bold as to seek passage into our holy capital. Were he accompanied by his master, we might be compelled to grant it. But alas, he is alone. And the law regarding masterless branded is clear. Unless he wishes us to take him into custody, I suggest he return to his owner immediately.
That's generous. That's actually really generous. I thought, well, obviously it wouldn't end in them attacking us because I think that would be contrary to the game's programming, but I think if any other branded looking a bit more sickly than I do would walk up there, they would be arrested and or executed on the spot. Right, I think I'll deal with these two side quests, follow that red chain, and then we'll call it quits.
You, branded, here now. You're late. What kept you?
Late for what?
Did they tell you nothing? A wild beast is savaging my boy. Well, don't just stand there gawping. Rescue him.
All right. Where is he?
My, I see they've sent me a branded with a spine for a change. He's over that way, towards the coast. Go, and see that you kill the beast.
For someone whose son's in mortal danger, he didn't seem all that worried. Something's not right here. I need to be careful.
The wolf! It's going to eat me!
Not if I can help it.
The child is either branded or this is an ambush of some sort. Okay, maybe not.
I'll deal with this.
Keep your distance.
Oh, let's just burn this all.
No! You weren't supposed to kill Wolfie. You were supposed to die. Father will have you whipped for this. Bearers aren't supposed to win. They never win.
What is this? Your father said you were being attacked.
You're not supposed to talk. Stop looking at me like that. We were only having fun.
Having fun?
Why are you still speaking? Father will hear of this.
I can run faster than you, boy.
wolf's work, no doubt. But it's not the wolf that's to blame.
That's fucked up.
Someone needs to put an end to this before it happens again.
It's a shame we can't introduce him to Ifrit. Hey, fellas.
You, Brandy, come here this instant. How dare you frighten my son? You slaughter his poor pet and then have the gall to return, head held high. That wolf was trained. Better trained by far than your worthless kind. You are the entertainment, nothing more. And we are most certainly not entertained.
Nor am I. You'll pay for what you've done.
See? I told you, he talks too much. It's not right. I don't like him, Father.
You're not the Branded I bought, are you? How dare you deceive me? Well, the sins of the slave are the sins of the master. Go! Summon the unlucky wretch you answer to.
Okay, this is an interesting one. That wretch will be the dame, but he's north of the checkpoint. But he is well off, or he seems well off, so yeah, let's say the dame.
That unlucky wretch would be the dame. I can summon her if you like, though I doubt she would welcome the interruption.
You serve the dame. Why would a woman of her caliber...
You look afraid. Well, how do you think those bearers in the field felt? Can you imagine their fear? Their pain? From the look of you, I'd say you're starting to get an idea of the first. Now, if you need help with the second...
Father, he's scaring me.
You think to threaten us, Branded? The dame's pet or no, I will not abide such insolence.
Can't we just buy another hound? A bigger one, a better one.
Of course, my son. I'll have the villagers fetch us another. With jaws powerful enough to nip this Branded's head clean off his shoulders.
I'm wasting my time, but I can't just leave those bearers lying out there. They deserve a proper burial. That much I can do at least.
Praise Twilight, how you doing, dude?
How many bearers have lost their lives to this nobleman's sport?
Right, well, hopefully as we're burying these two poor fools, they're going to send us another hound, possibly the man himself, and we'll get to murder everyone. Said, I'm sorry, but the assault on Oriflamme has been delayed while we bury these bodies.
Victims of the nobles' games. You must be Clive.
How do you know that?
How do you know my name?
The dame. I'm in her service, like yourself. Never gets any easier, burying the dead.
Is that what you're here to do?
The mistress has me see to it that none are left to the crows. Since you're here, can you give me a hand?
Gladly. Let's put them to rest.
May their burden finally be lifted. I take it you slew the nobleman's pet?
I did. Now I expect they'll find another soon enough. And when it gets here, more bearers will die. How can they think so little of sending us to the slaughter?
Simple. because you are not them. Bearers are tools when they're needed, and toys when they're not. And if one breaks, well, you can always buy another. Still, such attitudes don't always go unpunished.
Is this your doing?
Of course not. Wolves kill. It's in their nature. Invite one into your home, he's gonna tear your throat out eventually. Same with bearers. Fed or not, they don't lack for fangs. What will folk do when they bite back, I wonder?
Relevance.
Less two murderous bastards, and I won't mourn the loss. Here. For their help.
You don't have to.
Take it. You never know. Our paths may cross again. Till then.
He 1000% organised something. Way too convenient. 150 ability points. Very nice. Can I see if we've got 2 bodies to bury outside the front of this house? Unfortunately not. The bodies are probably inside. Alright. We'll just leave them in there to rot.
Have you seen my Chloe? I let her out of her pen while I did my chores, but she hasn't come back yet.
She's dead.
I think she's lost. Please, can you help me look for her?
Also, what is she? Chocobo? Cat?
I can't promise I'll find her, but I'll try. Describe her to me.
She's beautiful white hair. She lets me stroke her when I'm sad. She's ever such a good girl. So quiet and kind. And she likes walking in the wheat. I know the fields are big, but she's never got lost before. Oh, she must be starving too. She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. It is my job to feed her.
In that case, let's not keep her waiting. That's a lot of field to search. With a little luck, someone might have seen her.
Do we even know what it is?
You work these fields? I need to ask you something.
A branded. And an outsider at that, judging by the lack of manners.
Look at my
Should I
seal.
help you, eh? You tell me that.
Look at my seal.
Because a girl from the village asked me to find her pet, Chloe. Have you seen her?
Chloe, is it? Oh, little Lisette's plaything. Last I saw, the filthy creature was sniffing about the windmill. That girl's old enough to know she should tie her pet up when she's finished playing with it.
I don't like where this is going.
Off with you now. I won't have idle branded underfoot.
Laying with it. This is going to be like a pet that's being abused or something, isn't it?
Chloe? More brown than white. You're not Chloe, are you, girl? Is that someone napping on the job? I hope they don't mind the interruption.
I hope they're not dead. It says body. Fuck me.
The crystal's curse.
Chloe, I was calling you. Didn't you hear me?
What?
Get up now. You've slept long enough. It's time to go home.
Even the kids are
Chloe?
fuckwits.
Why did you already turn into a rock? I only made you do a bit of magic. You knew you were my favorite. None of the other Chloes had pretty hair. It could be months before Dad gives me another one. I have to wait until they're too tired to work anymore.
Is that all she was to you? A plaything? Do you really not care that she's dead?
She's not dead. She's a rock.
That? The crystal's curse? That's just how she died. And now she's gone forever. Giving another bearer her name won't change that.
She doesn't care, Clive.
No, don't say that.
It's true. And without that brand, she would have been just another girl. Somebody's daughter. Just like you.
But Dad said bearers don't have parents.
They do. Parents that give them away. Families they'll never see again. But you became Chloe's family when you took her in. Remember that. And remember her.
She reacts like that now, but the moment she gets a new bearer, I think that lesson will be forgotten.
I'm so sorry.
Man, this world is fucked. Absolutely fucked. Right, Bertrand, I need to have a chat to you. I need to have a chat about a soldier called Yannick.
If the people of Moor are as intolerant as Isabel says, it's no wonder the Empire never sent my unit here.
Interesting observation.
Oi, don't touch anything.
I think I've seen that.
Are you Bertrand? The dame sent me.
Sounds about right. Only time I hear from her is when she wants something. Well, go on then. What is it?
One of her courtesans has gone missing, and I need to find her. A soldier who may have information on her whereabouts is rumored to have come here to meet with a trader.
Many traders stop to peddle their wares on their way to the capital, but only one's been seen quarrelling with a soldier.
Is he still here?
The trader? Oh, yeah. Stubborn sod stood his ground till the soldier got tired of shouting, from what I hear. If you seek him out, keep your head down. Fact is, folks round here would sooner hang a branded than help him. And that's even with the dame's brooch for protection.
Understood.
Weren't expecting any new branded until the new moon. You don't think he's a deserter, do you?
Gave away the sword.
A branded? Where's your master? Must I call for the constable?
I come to you from Northreach, at the behest of the dame. Perhaps you've heard of her.
Why, of course I have. I am the good lady's servant.
Then look at my seal and shut up.
What is it that she requires of me?
Rumor has it you were seen arguing with a soldier some few days ago. A soldier with a scar over his eye.
Yes, that's right. He had a comb which he claimed was an antique. Said he wanted to trade it for a newer one. But old though it was, an antique it most certainly was not, as I told him. Nevertheless, he insisted that it was of great value and was quite vehement about my appraisal. I stood firm, however, and for all his bluster, he still purchased a new comb, albeit an inexpensive one.
And do you know where he went after that?
My customers aren't usually in the habit of telling me whither they are bound, but as it happens, this one did.
Yonder ruins, strange as it may sound.
On the coast.
Thanks.
Not at all. I would do anything for the Dame. Anything. Be sure and tell her, won't you, that I was helpful. I mean, most helpful.
A lot of people have said that. They're either really afraid or they just want to get in her good books. No, not on the coast. Not the ruins ahead. Hmm? God, I haven't even thought about going this way. I've got to imagine that certain quests are going to point me all over the map, but it would be very nice, I think, if some quests didn't. But I don't think the game is designed like that.
It smells of death here, Torgal.
And we're about to cause some.
Wolves. We can't let them get any closer to the village.
Oh, I did that so I could heal. Mashing buttons. Okay, we have an alpha. The limit break thing is charging really fast. Like super fast, surprisingly fast. Like I drained it and then used Cyclone and I pretty much had 1.5 bars back already.
Damn it all. Bodies. A man and a woman.
You wouldn't happen to have a scar on your face, sir?
The wolves have been busy. But the blood is long dry.
That comb.
So it is you, Tatienne.
If that's true, then the body next to hers will be Yannick's. The girl Yannick went off to sea every night. You said her name was Tatienne.
You. Did you follow me?
Now, why would I do that? Unless you think I'd have good reason to. But no. I was sent to find Yannick. By the looks of things, I have.
We both found who we were searching for.
Nah, he was a jealous sod. Couldn't stand the thought of his woman with someone else. Then one day he sees her with a new comb. Thinks she's got herself a new gallant. Tells the garrison he's going to find the man and kill him. We know it's all talk, but then he disappears off to Moor for some dealings and doesn't come back.
If you mean this comb, it was a gift from the Dame.
If only Yannick had bothered to ask, eh? He might not be rotting on a hill.
I think he meant to ask her something else. He stole the old comb and bought her a new one in the hope they'd wed.
Wed? Where would they have gone? Certainly not back to Northreach with a Dame waiting.
Into the capsule.
We all know what happens to deserters.
No, never mind.
Tell the Dame I'm sorry for her loss. When the lads come to collect Yannick's body, I'll see that Tatienne is delivered to the Vale.
Is that wise?
Oh, there won't be any covering up this mess. The most we can hope for is that the Dame doesn't hold it against us. Speaking of which, I saw her in Moor just now.
Convenience.
Could you tell her what happened? Might sound better coming from you.
I mean, it's either that or we teleport back.
Isabel. comb will give her something to remember Tatienne by.
Several of your teeth appear to have been recently broken. So I don't know what to make of that. When that was the wolves doing, or maybe Yannick did that to damage the comb, who knows.
Weren't expecting any new brand.
If it was a message that needed delivering, I could have seen to it, milady.
You are still in one piece, I see. You will be pleased to hear that your companions have arrived.
Again,
they
convenience.
Said they would meet you at a little chapel to the east of here.
Ah.
Thank you, but you needn't have come all this way just to tell me. I was on my way to see you.
You found her then? I see. My dear Tatienne. It is by no means uncommon for a client to fall for a courtesan. Especially a client who's young and far from home. But rarely do such tales have happy endings.
I found this with Tatienne. I believe it was yours.
Thank you for returning it. I shall see that it has a place on her pyre.
You burn the bodies? Probably overthinking it, but I'm surprised that you burn the bodies because we just buried two on the coast with someone's help. So burning the bodies is not, I'll say, the custom. And that's what I think anyway.
I should go.
Before you do, I have one last gift. A token of my thanks. The Vale counts among its patrons several high-ranking officers of the Imperial Army. According to one of the looser-tongued gentlemen, it would appear that the legions are planning to march south.
Towards the Dalmatian Republic.
Same thing.
But did he mention that it was all of the legions? This is no mere skirmish. Were I to guess, I'd say the Emperor planned to abandon the capital. But that couldn't possibly be true now, could it? Take care, Clive.
I will. And thank you again.
They're heading south to Neo Oriflamme. No, again, that's not where I thought it would be. Shit, I thought we were heading this way. The abandoned chapel. We saw that from all the way around here. Just thinking this would be a perfect place to hide a chest or something, like so. I've probably missed hundreds of these around the world. Alright, let's go into the chapel and maybe have a chat to Sid and Jill.
Any trouble on the way?
None worth mentioning.
As I was telling Jill, it's worse than I thought. The capital's crawling with soldiers.
Ready to leave.
And here I am, the deserter come home.
Which is why we'll be taking the back door.
Three dominants and one doggo. More brothels. How did we get inside here?
Cheer up, you two. Can't think of a safer place in the Empire than a... brothel.
Really? Doesn't seem very private.
I probably need to put a larger warning on this stream about the content. We're hearing people having sex. Oh boy. How did we get in here though? I don't think we're going to learn how we got in here.
So then, how do we proceed?
We'll be using the glass gate. Tonight, just after sunset.
Where the shards are loaded for transport. That is one of the most heavily guarded points in all of Sambrek.
But not the most, which is a start. Besides, I know a shortcut straight to the heart.
A shortcut?
We've heard this before.
And how exactly did you come to know about this fatal chink in the Empire's armor?
Let's just say I may have attempted something similar before. And may have ended up running for dear life after being discovered by Bahamut, but that's not important.
Sid, if the Mother Crystals truly are the cause of the Blight...
If? You wound me, Jill.
What I'm trying to say is, if the powers that be know all of this, why do they sit idle and allow it to continue?
In case you haven't noticed, the God-fearing people of this realm and their pious leaders care for but one thing, themselves. And they'll do whatever it takes to hold on to power. The rest of us are just a means to an end. The moment you raise your voice against them, you're decried as an outlaw, clapped in irons and slung in a cell to rot.
An outlaw.
Whoever controls the crystals controls the realm. But our kind can wield magic without them. To our rulers, we must seem the most convenient of tools, and the most dangerous.
But what makes them think they have the right to use us? To leave us to die when our bodies are spent?
Does a nobleman weep for a broken mug? A torn tunic?
We just went
Our
through
fate
this.
means nothing to them. No, this isn't a battle you can win with words. Believe me, I've tried, but nothing ever gets through. The world is simply not ready to listen. So to hell with talking. If they won't give us a say, we'll decide our fates another way. You can't blame a man for wanting to bring an end to all this, can you?
I can't. But what of all the people you mean to rob of their comforts? Are you happy for them to call you outlaw?
This is
the outlaw.
This is where I was going to go with it.
That'll do me.
You might at least pretend to take this seriously.
Have a little faith, Jill. Even if you don't think much of my choice of digs. If it means my deeds will be remembered, I'll gladly play the role of villain. But first, we have a gate to crash. And once we're in, there'll be no turning back. So you best make ready. The world won't save itself.
Yeah, regarding the whole the leaders control the mother crystals, that sort of thing, they're also keeping the populace happy. And the moment you present the populace with something like this, unrest will ensue. I'm not going there tonight because we're pretty much at 4 hours already and I need to call the stop to it. I do want to have one quick go at arcade mode though, just to finish off tonight.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier.
I think I'll have a chat to Tomes as well and see if I can take some more notes. Arcade mode. Okay, so there's only 5 levels here. That will be through all of the other battles as well that we did earlier today. Right, what I might do, I assume that means the cutscenes are off. Let me just have a quick go at this and see if I can do any better now that I've learned a little bit about how to play.
I suppose not.
Right, well the cutscenes, or the first cutscene didn't play, but we've still got this walkie section.
I mentioned there'd be deadly beasts. There'll be deadly beasts. Nothing a trained assassin can't handle them.
How reassuring.
I'm trying to change my icon.
For that and the shortcut.
I'm mashing triangle and nothing's happening. There we go. You see, I've got my limit break now. I've got 2 icons. Let's see what we can do here.
Maybe that's something like struggle. Oh, maybe they don't.
That's enough.
Get over here. Is that any better than a C?
Still have a way to go.
Yeah, it not playing the cutscenes is a huge improvement.
Let's try and stay out of its path.
Remember when I said there'd be deadly beasts? Well, the subs in these parts are much better.
Thank you anything to mention this now.
Well, that's the undergrowth sorted. I'll take it from here. Mind your head.
Yeah, we're not grabbing this thing.
The wyvern. I can see that. Doesn't have to be a friend of yours, does it?
It was all on the stagger damage bullshit. Again, that was all on stagger damage. I guess this is arcade mode, so I'm being level limited or equipment limited. One of the two. It's too late on that. Alright, hopefully that is an S-ray. But I imagine once I get more icons, I think I can get up to 3. I think I have been spoiled on that. I can add a bit more variety to my attacks. Even though I'm kind of struggling as it is.
We won't be going this way. I'll admit I hadn't counted on that.
At least one of us knows these woods. Thank you, Torgal.
Nice. Just got a shit ton of points just from that cyclone. And nothing I'm doing here is really stacking up with that. Yeah, that cyclone is basically giving me all my points.
We did what had to be done.
Doesn't mean I have to like it.
No.
That cyclone is crushing. Alright, boss battle time. We'll see if we die again. Let's see if I've improved at all.
This shouldn't take too.
Pretty sure the answer's going to be no.
So much for your shortcut.
Yeah, we're just talking about that. Ah, oh, God. Terrible start.
It's quick, but it'll be a downside quicker if you help me.
My thoughts exactly.
Again, that delay on the dodge is screwing me up. And by dodge, I mean attack. I'm mashing and I'm just getting fucked up. Right, I should be doing this, shouldn't I? Yeah, I thought I saw that one. I still got hit. Okay, get over here. We're about to get liver broken because I need help. My God. Am I gonna die here? Once again, that is a terrible amount of stagger damage. These fire things are keeping me alive. Okay, he's doing a spin. Maybe not. He's doing something.
Aye, someone's got the up.
Oh, ought to dodge that.
Where he stops, no one knows.
Okay, needs to move away.
What if we kill him first?
Lovely miss. I think I dodged both of those, but not sure. Didn't dodge that one. Okay, I gotta do that again because I need the health. Nice. Oh my god. Okay, get down here. Go in and use Cyclone. That was not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. Gotta do it. Wrong buttons. Don't know what buttons I'm pushing. Get down there. Okay, it's not going to kill him. Hopefully I can do some damage here. He's doing that again. Ah, shit. No, I'm not dying here. Not getting this close and then dying.
Not this time.
Jesus. I'm just not good at the dodges on that dude. He's delaying the attacks just long enough that I dodge too early and then I can't dodge. Alright, so I've S-ranked everything except the first battle. Feels good.
What exactly do you plan on doing when you find this dominant of fire?
What do you think? I'll show him the mercy he showed my brother, and cut out the tongue of any man who tries to talk me out of it.
All right. Forest dark enough with it.
So is this all one leg? How do we do this? So really I need to bring him down and then do that. Ideally hitting multiple targets so that we're building up our score. Right, so this is all actually one leg. Because this encounters, well, there's a lot of dudes we can encounter here. Come here, fellas. Yeah, just like that. Went from 20-something to 50. So I'm definitely pushing limit break again, and that's turning it off. It's preserving the first bar.
See that river? We follow her upstream and we'll be in Lost Wing in no time.
In no time. Right.
Lovely. Exactly what I was trying to do. Pull them together like that, and then bam. Oops. That was a waste.
That's enough. You lose.
I know that if we go over the cliff at the end, that's going to, I guess, get us to the final battle. What I'm wondering is if that is part of Leg 6 or not. That's my way of saying I just want to spend a lot of time looking around here, making sure I've got everyone. God, look at that. The Cyclone is giving me all the score. Nothing else compares to that, really. Yeah, if I go down there, I suspect that's the final battle. Final leg. Which means I need to semi-prime and get some of my health back. So even this, look at that. That was maybe, I don't know, 7,000 or so. It's got nothing on the Cyclone. Which I just blew for no good reason. And I've fallen down here, which means I've got to get back up. Got to go all the way around. Balls. Well, at least the battles aren't timed. Problem? Right. There you are. Leg 6, 750. What the fuck? Oh god, I lost all my points there, didn't I? Maybe the battles are timed, or maybe if it's considered, oh, you've left the battle, then you lose everything. Alright, well, I'm getting into C rank for this. Maybe even an F. Get over here, you. Very nice. Curse you!
Not this time. Sick of Torgal.
It's really on that dodge. The other one was charged, but not yet. Damn, pretty much got him stun locked. Alright, let's finish with the Cyclone if we can. Now. That's not it for leg 6, really? Or does leg 6 expire when we go through here? Wow, okay. C rank?
At least they're not giant lizards.
That was an S? How the... you know what, I'm not going to ask any questions. But actually pass this mission first, and that's... could be a whole separate issue. Nice. We'll go for the gouge just yet. Alright, now go for the gouge. Avoid that flamethrower. Oops. Damn you. Right. Right. Loving this. Right, you're almost staggered. Or half staggered, rather. That will do it. Let's deal out some punishment of our own. Like so. No, not that. That will do nothing. Alright, so we can't interrupt the gouge with a limit break and keep the gouge going. That doesn't work. Not that. Pushing the touchpad accidentally. Probably is. We're just going to do an assassinate, so we'll just do that. Am I going to take damage here? Probably. Not as much as I thought I would. I'm just getting a little bit careless. He just took away my butterflies like it was nothing. Well, let's go for the gouge when we stagger. If I stagger him. I'm actually dying. Right. Gouge time. Could be worse, I guess. Double miss. There you go. I'll limit break you the moment you come out of stagger. I might actually be able to get another half stagger here. Yes, there we go. Did I just get 25,000 points for that? Close. 20,000 for that. Ah, so close to all S. And those are... I wonder if there's going to be a trophy for S ranking all of this. Thoroughly exploited Fafnir's vulnerability. Don't know what that is. Yeah, hopefully there's no trophy for getting gold everything here, because if there is, I'm not going to get it. I imagine there's online leaderboards or something, and I won't be doing terribly well. Pretty cool. That is where I'll call it for tonight. Next time, we'll take a look at Oriflamme, the capital.
I heard Otto barking at his mother.
We're in there, apparently. We're just chilling at a brothel.
Good to see you.
And we're planning something, but I don't know exactly what.
Always something in there.
Meanwhile, the army is ready to move south to the Dalmatian Republic to take more territory.
Good day. Or...
I really wish I knew what the curse breakers were.
What subject shall we consider today?
Yeah, I'll have a read of this. I don't think I need to take any notes, but I definitely need to do some editing on today's video because I'm going to need to splice a part of it in at 720p. Apologies for that. But yeah, I'll be back online tomorrow, and we'll take a look at Oriflamme. At this lovely little area here. Drake's Head.